to the January 30th meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to those minutes?
Madam Chair,
Yes?
with regard to the first entry regarding the Dennis subdivision, perhaps not necessarily amendment, but I believe during that discussion, we had assurances from the engineering firm for Dennis that they were going to get with the adjacent homeowners with regard to some stormwater considerations and issues.
Already done.
Super, fantastic. No need to amend. The second item is down under triannual water and sewer master plan. It looks like the Planning Commission,
Numbers that, please.
under Chapter 6,
Okay.
it says, we will review the report at the February meeting. And so perhaps that should be the March meeting? I don't see it on our agenda.
No, we have to review, we're going to review it, I think, tonight.
Okay.
No, that's not the thing that has to be signed.
Correct, that's the annual report. So perhaps that's a March meeting item? Probably. Okay.
It was probably intended to come here, but
It's not on the agenda, then it will be moved to the March meeting.
Yep, so if we just change February to March, I think it would be accurate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Even if it was a mistake
Exactly,
at the
even if it
time.
was a
Oh.
mistake, yes.
Understood. Okay. Deborah, to check on it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything else? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes with the corrections signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion minutes are approved. Before we step to the next item of business, I have a new little appendage tonight. So because we do not have our vice chair here, I am appointing for the evening. Oh, forgot about that. Because we have to have a vice chair in case something happens to me in the middle of the meeting. So I'm appointing, and it goes to the most senior commission member, so I'm appointing Leslie Dickinson as our acting vice chair this evening. Our next item of business are citizens' comments. These are comments of those things that are not on the agenda. And you will have 3 minutes to comment, and Barney will keep track of that for you. If you are commenting or have anything to say, please come to the podium. State your name, your address. Any comments? Going once, going twice?
They're all on the agenda.
Or you wait until yeah. Okay, seeing none, we will move to the Frederick and Carroll County planners. We'll first do with Hannah Weber. Hannah had sent us an email today. She's not feeling well, so she will not be here. The only item that we have for her today is the introduction recommendation of the approval of the annual report. So we will get to that later in the agenda. Next up is our Frederick County planner, Justin Berger. Welcome back, Justin. Didn't know if you'd be here or not.
Hi, Justin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Justin.
Okay, I guess I'll start off with the Sugarloaf plan. I think that was mentioned as something that you guys had interest in, an update on that. The plan narrative excluding the remainder portions, the land use and zoning changes of a private park as new zoning uses were adopted in October. The overlay and map were remanded back to the Planning Commission. The overlay regulated land development approvals, non-residential design standards, tree cutting and forestry, prohibited uses, communication towers, and commercial solar facilities. Workshop was held with breakout groups on January 18th, and the Planning Commission is continuing to work on the overlay. That's something they're going to still continue to work on. There was some pushback on the overlay with the time of the election, and that was something. There's some things that the council didn't like, so they sent it back, and hopefully within the next few months we'll continue to work on it.
Okay.
Gordon Mills in Newmarket, that's a recent plan that went through the Planning Commission. The application is requesting a preliminary subdivision plan approval for 435 single-family homes and 175 townhouse lots on a 280-acre site east of Boyers Mill Road. The plan was tabled till the next Planning Commission meeting. That's something they're looking for more public comment on, and I believe they're going to make a decision on the next Planning Commission meeting.
When is the next planning commission meeting, Jess?
I think it's the 8th.
Okay.
And then there was another development in Newmarket, Calumet. That's been under litigation for some time, but there is discussion between the town, the developer, and the county, and they're underway. And then the last item that I had was the Wriggler property. It's proposed for possible annexation on June 6th at the town council meeting. The proposed sketch plan shows 33 townhomes with proposed zone to be R2. At the county level, it was also submitted as a different plan under Paris Landing. They submitted a combination preliminary and final plat on November the 28th. It's currently awaiting revisions, and comments need to be met for the development review team, health department, forest conservation, public works, and that was submitted in November. And those issues would have to be addressed for the plan to be recorded.
Okay, and it's also, they're also requesting annexation into the city of Frederick.
No, this is the.
Or, I'm sorry. Annexation, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Madam Chair, maybe I can, now, I think there's some wording that needs to be clarified on the regular property. I think it was discussed for annexation back in the approximately June 2022 Town Council meeting, and it was denied annexation into the town, and that proposed sketch showed approximately a 33 single-family homes development. So that's why it's currently being discussed at the Frederick County level. But to my knowledge, the town is not currently in discussions of annexing the regular property.
Yeah, I think I got that note, that email misinterpreted.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, Justin, I just wanted to make sure, because I don't want my email inbox overflowing tomorrow morning we're talking about a secretive annexation or something. So I just wanted to clarify that. And I do thank you for the raw preliminary plat for what's being proposed for it. I'm sure, I mean, if a citizen that backs up to, if a town citizen that backs up to this property, do you mind giving them a copy of that? If the preliminary plat, is this considered public record?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I just want to make sure if anyone had questions on what's being proposed or where the lots would be going at the county level, they could get at least a preliminary copy of this.
I know that there were some people later in last year had requested some information, so I appreciate you bringing that information to them. If they have any other questions, they could surely call Frederick County to get some more information. Under the Gordon Mill in Newmarket, has there been any discussion with the state roads about Route 70 and the impact that those single families and townhouses are going to have on 70?
I do recall in the meeting that transportation and the bypass were a discussion that was covered. And paying for the bypass was one of the things that was discussed.
So they're going to do a bypass?
I don't, I guess, know all the details.
Okay.
But it is something that was discussed.
All righty, thank you.
And Madam Chair, just one more quick question, just so I can familiarize. What type of development is Calumet? Is it residential or commercial?
It is a residential development.
Thank you.
Is that, Justin, is that the 55 and over place off of 144? Is that what that is, guys?
Or is that Gordon Mill?
No.
No, Gordon Mill is
Single family.
Boyers Mill
Okay.
Road.
I don't know all the details of that development. I could try and get more details for you the next. But that development was planned way before I got here, and it's on one of the documents that I work on and provide information on with the residential pipeline, but I don't know all the details of that development.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the planner? Any questions from the public for the planner? If not, thank you. Thank you for coming. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next item on the agenda is the discussion and possible dates for the public charrette for the Beck property. I'm going to ask the developer, the applicant, to please come forward. Our planner also is under the weather today, so I'm going to go ahead and let Clark, you and Cecily start.
Okay, Clark Wagner with Pleasance Development. I'll let Cecily run through, assuming you all have the outline of the charrette. Let her run through that for you.
Good evening. My name is Cecily Bedwell. I'm here on behalf of the applicant and work for Design Collective, as we've all met previously. I'll tonight just go through the charrette outline and process.
Cecily, can you put the microphone closer to your mouth so we can hear you? Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, so I'll be going through the charrette outline and process as drafted and sent by Clark. And what we had proposed to do through discussions with the town is a public charrette that would begin Wednesday, April 5th of this year. Day one would include pre-concept sketch plan input and development team revisions. Looking at, we'd start out with a late afternoon overview presentation of the Beck property of that pre-concept plan that has been submitted. That would run from 3 to 4 p.m. We'd have a feedback loop per the National Shred Institute. This required to have 3, so the first of which would be roundtable discussions and stations. We're allowing for a lengthy time for this from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. So that following the presentation, facilitators from Design Collective, potentially supplemented by others, will guide small group discussions. About 6 to 12 people we've found per table is a good size. It allows for people to listen to one another and not a group that's so large that people don't get adequate time to all speak. And we would have pre-prepared questions so that all the facilitators are working off of the same list of questions to run through with each group. We do see these happening in 2 rounds to allow for 1 hour each to accommodate a larger stakeholder group. So that while half of the stakeholders are meeting with the facilitators, the other half of the stakeholders would be walking around to stations to give their input via sticky notes or asking questions. Those boards would be facilitated or by the Pleasance Development Team. So there'd be a person at each station to ask questions of and to record those questions. And then after an hour, we'll rotate so that everybody has a good amount of time. Nobody feels rushed. There's both time for both groups, half and half, to visit the stations as well as to talk one-on-one with the facilitators and listen within their groups to one another. The potential stations may include 4 stations, including a plan of Beck East, a plan of Beck West, the APFO analysis, and then a station 4, which would be residential types, commercial areas, open space, and amenities, so that, again, people could go station by station. There would be adequate physical distancing, so people could approach as they feel comfortable. So that would conclude day 1. Day 2 would be Thursday, April 6th, and this day 2 would be the revisions by the development team, a pinup, and then presentation, open house to conclude the session. Feedback loop 2 would happen as an afternoon pinup. This would be for public viewing and sets of time. It should be noted that the charrette site, while we are there, would be open to the public for drop-ins as well. So we're like many charrettes, we would have scheduled times that people know that there's an event or presentation, facilitated exercise going on, but the public is welcome as we're open and the studio is open to come in and view and ask questions. So in this day, feedback loop 2 would be an afternoon pinup, and this is in progress. So we often do this where we just take the work that we're looking at, any options that people have brought up on the first day that we're testing and drawing. We would pin that up, much like we did at the visioning session, visioning plan charrette, and pin those up, and people can see the progress during the day, what options look like as they voice them, but actually drawn. And then we would have feedback loop 3 as a final evening presentation and open house. That would run from, feedback loop 2, the afternoon pinup, would run from 2 to 6 p.m., so walk-ins welcome. Evening, final presentation, open house would run from 7 to 9 p.m. So again, we would be working on revisions during the day. We could have meetings with the town, other officials and representatives during the day as needed, and we could schedule those for convenience. I already mentioned, okay, and then following the presentation, which is to, again, kind of sum up and round out, let people know if they're able to come in only during that time, they can see exactly what we've been working on. And then we'll have, again, multiple board stations for people to come up and, again, give further input. The remainder of the process follows your prescribed process. So it would be following the charrette. That's not the end of it. There would be some further revisions and submission of a revised plan post-charrette. But then that would be followed by the public hearing, joint workshops, and the council decision. So that's as we proposed it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'm going to ask first questions for the commission members, and then we'll ask for the public questions.
My initial question is about, and thank you for that, is about that day 1 where you've got 6 to 12 people per table. So that's a maximum of 12 people, 24 people actually being able to engage. Or am I misunderstanding how it works?
Yeah, no, so often we have, we've had charrettes where there are 300 people, 150 people. Generally, just to give you an idea, when we've had 150 people, we've brought 15 facilitators. So I'm just rounding the math here so that there would be 10 people at each table. As we were talking about it, given the size of the, the stakeholders that might find it interesting and come and participate, we thought it best to split it in two groups so that, A, we could either have 5 to 7 facilitators, but then double that amount. So that would be, let's say it was 5 facilitators, then you would have 10 people at each table, and then double that because we're doing 2 rounds. So we should be able to, and we'll gear it based on the anticipated participation, but we'll bring as many facilitators as we need to bring to make sure that at maximum we have 12 people
Okay,
at the various tables.
good for now. Yep.
Any other questions? Yes.
So as I understand it, as the reception hall fills, there will be first a group that is 6 to 12 people that will cover down on 4 tables, probably off to the side. Each of those tables led by a facilitator. So anywhere from 24 to 48 folks would align themselves over there. The balance of the attendees from the public would then be focused on the stations,
That's correct.
each which has a focused area as you've proposed, and with the ability for them to inject suggestions or options as you referred to them. And then after an hour, the group that covered down on the tables will get up and move to the station side of the room. Am I okay so far?
You're good.
And then those that were wandering the 4 stations now can find the seat over amongst the 4 tables. Gotcha.
Right.
Okay. So I'm with you. So in the first hour and the second hour at the tables, are the questions and the facilitator guidance for input from those table attendees all the same for both hours?
Yes, they would be. Everybody would have the same facilitator questions. We usually prepare a full packet that includes reference materials, maybe the APFO, maybe base information, grading, access points, et cetera. And we train all of the facilitators to that packet before they arrive.
Would the Planning Commission be privy to those questions and guidance and kind of what's happening at each table to gather input? Is that a possibility? Just so we
Absolutely.
have a sense of what is kind of the interaction and the collaboration. I mean, I think that's probably valuable for us to appreciate all of that.
Can I, just one thought, we've often done this when there are public officials or, other folks that have been involved in the process. We often will have one per table so that, you'd be welcome to sit at a table as well so that you can hear the conversation directly. But we often do share those facilitator questions packets ahead of time.
Gotcha. And again, just as a kind of a syntax thing, I heard pin up and I heard options. Is that synonymous with suggested modifications?
I know you asked me this at our last meeting. So when I speak about options, they would come out of the discussions that we'd have on the first night, or they might come directly from the town. I'll just use one example. For example, if in the current plan, we showed a U12 soccer field. If it was, just for an example, if there was desire to have an indoor facility, if we knew about what size, if that's 2 basketball courts in size, plus locker rooms, changing rooms, et cetera, we can scale that out, show that as an option to see if it fits on the same acreage or if we need more or less. That's the type of option that I'm talking about. It may be other things like trail connections, other intersection spacing, might be all sorts of things, right?
All under the desired outcome that those who wish to collaborate and contribute, any of their comments, suggestions were accepted, nothing was dismissed by any facilitator. Is that a fair statement? And I'm going to the conduct here and the assurance from those attending that every voice will be heard no matter what that voice suggests.
Right.
It will be pinned up and it will be under consideration. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, there might be things that are verbal comments that we won't have a physical plan to show for. I don't know what that might be, but those comments would be posted. Anything that we can draw that's a viable option that we could show as a drawing would be shown as a drawing.
Right, and so, and again, as a check, when we get to the later stages of the public hearing, if anything, and if anyone felt as if a comment wasn't included or considered, then of course, there's the opportunity of the public hearing then to inject as they wish into that, or revise their suggestion, or make some statements. Another question is, down here on,
Sorry, can I just add one thing? I mean, we have to look at this under the umbrella of what's required by the ordinance, what's required under the law. So,
absolutely.
you know, in terms of what's a viable development program. So if there was a, I don't want anything on this site, that's not something we can draw, that's probably not something that's a viable. So it has to be under the umbrella of, you know, it's a viable financially, it's a viable per the ordinance, et cetera, just to caveat that.
No, I'm in agreement, and that is, I think any contribution raises its value if it's supported and underpinned by either the code or precedents or another similar development where we can look to it and say, why not, or why here, or that sort of thing. So yeah, so I think that's a good point too, that if it's a broad statement like, I just don't want fill in the blank, unsupported, it's a subjective feeling. It's not as helpful, I should say, as the value of something that has kind of the specifics rationale. Is that fair?
That's
Okay.
fair.
You also have down here that there are going to be pinup revisions. Is that actually revisions to the pre-concept plan?
We'll have the concept level sketches, I would call them, right?
Okay.
And we will be pinning those up because we will, how we work in studio, I don't know if you were here for the charrette for the vision plan, but we had a team, we set up in the fire hall, we actually were drawing off in a corner, we were also hosting meetings, and we literally pulled those option sketches and pinned them up on the wall or taped them up on the wall at the fire hall. People came through and looked at those and evaluated, asked questions about it. You know, why was that studied? What are the pros and cons of that? And we're able to interact with us.
And I know I'm taking a lot of time, Madam Chairperson. Let me just
That's
hit
okay.
two or three more quick things, and that is going back to the tables being, attended by those 6 to 12 people. What's the selection for that? Is that strictly volunteered? Hey, could we have 12 people come over? Is it that kind of vetting?
So, we would probably randomly assign people, just a thought, we haven't discussed this, but,
Okay.
you know, maybe we hand out an A and a B group
Right?
ticket to people with a, you know, a table number on it, just because it's good to get people mixed up a bit as they come in, so they're hearing a diversity of opinions, not, you know, of their same group, but just an idea with that.
And again, I'm not advocating a particular vetting process, but to use the broad term stakeholders, it would of course, I would imagine, include town residents.
Yes,
It would include any of us if we wish to sit in and contribute. The mayor, the town council members, et cetera, town staff perhaps, you know?
Yes.
That sort of thing. Okay, that's great. Now, when we gather the pinup list and we work toward a revised plan in preparation for the next step, there's going to be a list of things suggested, so suggested modifications verbiage I used. There are going to be those things, Mr. Wagner, which were taken in and can be reflected in the revision. And then there's going to be a balance of pinup and suggested modifications which aren't. I would imagine I'm just being a realist here, correct? If those three things, the comprehensive gathering of the collaborative suggestions, the plan reflecting those, and we can identify which now made it into the revision, and then, of course, then the balance being those which did not, if that's a fair outcome to expect, then I would look for that. And then lastly, at some later meeting, perhaps the public hearing, but certainly I would imagine at the workshop between the commission and the council, that you could then offer rationale as to those items that weren't accepted with a basis of either the code or some other reasoning that took it off the map, so to speak. Is all of that kind of a fair expectation for the public and for the commission?
Yes.
That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any questions?
I have a couple of quick questions.
Go ahead.
When you did the town vision plan before, did you guys do 3D models to set on tables, or it was just strictly drawings?
No, we didn't do any 3D models that were, like a printed physical model. So no, we didn't. We had some artist renderings that were actually drawn in progress at the time. That would be the extent of it. A lot of plan sketches, a lot of precedent images, as you mentioned, for visuals. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Go ahead, Steve.
Yes. When people attend this, there's 4 different stations, and I was looking at the time. If somebody wanted to attend all 4 stations, will they have the chance to attend all 4 stations?
Yeah, I mean, there might be, say, at one station, there might just be the board of Beck East as proposed, as the pre-concept sketch plan. I don't know how, I think when we had those same drawings up and they're printed, most people have seen those. I don't, if people want to linger longer at one board and less time at another board, that's fine. It's not going to be prescribed for the stations, so they can manage their time. And then, of course, there will be time open during the charrette that they can walk in. We don't want to feel like people are limited to just that time frame. They can come in on the day 2 as well, or leave their comments, write them up, and bring them back. I think there's ample opportunity to give input throughout those days.
Okay. And I know it was brought up that you'll be providing the facilitators, and I was thinking about it, and I was going to address the commission as well on our thoughts of having an independent person come in or persons to facilitate these conversations. If we want to consider that, or what your thoughts on that as well.
My thoughts would be, we often do a pairing where we have our facilitators, people who have trained and done this before. We often ask if there's anybody who wants to be a note taker to come along. That's often, if we're working for a county, for example, they might have county staff that come and attend the table groups. So there's one note taker and one facilitator at each station, each table. So that's a way to supplement. We've also done it where we've had, 190 people, and there is no way that we can bring half of our staff to an evening session, and where we've trained up their people as facilitators. That's usually supplementing our folks, because, they've been through this before. They know how to move conversations along. They know how to make sure there's equal distribution, that everybody has a chance to speak, but I don't think it's something that can't be learned, and we have trained outside facilitators as well.
Okay. And just to further understand, from day 1 to day 2, when we start seeing pinups and on the boards, we're going to start seeing actual changes to some of these, either designs or suggestions between the developer and the stakeholders. Is that correct?
That's right. As we talked about, if there are options that fit within the context of what the development team wants to be doing, and they fit within the ordinance, and it's a suggestion, we will start drawing that. Right? We are, we'll come as the design team and be their drawing. So.
Okay. And then availability. Both of these days are during the week. Have you done before, or is there any thought maybe on having a weekend session as well during the day for other attendees who can't come during the week?
We have done that in the past. It's usually, we look to the town to give guidance, or to give guidance on when people are mostly available, if there are other events that conflict. I will say that typically weekday nights are actually the more viable if they don't conflict with a, a general set agenda. Weekends, depending on it, but, spring season, they tend to be chewed up with sports events and other things that make it a little bit more difficult. But we have done that just on the advice of what's the best availability.
Okay. And I guess for the rest of the commission as well, I know it's been brought up, and I was worried about this, was the dates. I don't know if we would consider maybe moving it because it is during spring break. If it's possible, we could push it to the next week or so. I think we're going to lose a lot of stakeholders and going to be unavailable. And my other concern is the times, if we're starting that early. I think you're going to lose a lot of people. I think maybe we could push it back a little bit. That's just my thoughts. So, thank you.
Any other questions from any here?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a
Okay.
couple questions. Steve took some of them from me about the hours and stuff. I wasn't sure if I could ask those during this question and answer or during discussion of it. But Steve, we were concerned, or I was concerned with the dates. I heard some concern over the dates being before Easter, because since we stretched over 2 to 3 counties, maybe even 4 counties with the stakeholders, we're all in different spring break schedules around here, unfortunately, and for the periods of time. Like Carroll County might be 4 days, Howard's a week, Frederick's a week. So as Steve indicated, there will be a loss of stakeholders probably the week before Easter and the week after Easter. So I would like to see the dates moved a little bit so we can get as much participation as we can. And then maybe the hours, I know it's the hours might need to be changed also, just a little bit to get some more participation, because I was trying to figure out some of the time and stuff for the roundtable discussions and stations. If you have 4 stations and I guess multiple tables, I guess there's more than four tables with people being asked questions, responding back to questions, depending on the, the attendance
Yes.
of it.
Just to clarify, there would be 4 board stations.
Okay, yeah.
But then other tables where the roundtable discussions would happen. So there are 2 different things happening simultaneously,
Okay.
and then the groups would switch. So Group A might be at the roundtable
Yeah.
discussions, and then Group B would cycle into that, and Group A would go to the board stations.
Yeah.
Again, it's just so we can increase the number of
Comments,
opportunities, right,
yeah.
and people that we are helping to.
No, I get it. And I never thought about this, but what Steve indicated also was the, what if people want to attend more than one station or look at more than one station and give comments or,
Yeah, just to clarify,
Yeah.
this is going to be really informal.
Yeah.
So somebody could easily go to all 4 stations, bing, 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 and spend, 15, 20 minutes at each one. So there's not going to be anything that would prohibit anybody from doing that.
it wasn't, got to be like rigid. You get it like a B ticket, you got to stay at station 1 because you got the B ticket and stuff. Okay, but just doing the math between 4 and 7, if you got 4 stations, you only got 3 hours. So I think you should at least increase that to maybe, 4 to 8 or 4 to 9, just so, people will be talking, they'll be slow going between stations, talking amongst themselves. So instead of rushing people, feeling rushed from station to station or switching out, the feedback loop 1 should at least go a little bit longer, in my opinion, on that. And I kind of understand having it day 1 and day 2. I kind of understand that, like with the vision plan, you had the pinups, the drawings on things. So I was concerned with just that people might feel having to, even a rough draft of the pinups the next day after it, there might not have been enough time to seriously consider the comments that were made and stuff. So I'm not sure if we could do it a week later for session 2 from session 1. I know, it's kind of,
There's plenty of time for these guys to draw it up.
okay, that's what, I was concerned, like, that was just, you know what I mean? It's just like, oh, they didn't have enough time to draw it, or they're not taking it, or something was preconceived, they're just doing what they want because it's just a quick day. Because I know during the vision plan, it did pretty good, and it just, this is a little bit different than division, than division plan. So I just wanted to make sure there was enough time. And then I saw that, submission of a revised plan. But would you all be maybe open to saying, instead of having a formal submission of the revised plan to the council, to have maybe a couple hour, just a viewing session of the revised plan once you have all, like a more formal revised plan, so people can come in and look at it? Clark,
Well, the last time we submitted it, within minutes was put in the lobby out here.
okay.
So
All right, okay, I'm just,
can we do any better than that?
no, I'm just checking, man, I'm just checking. I'll just see if public had it, but as long as the town itself makes sure that people are aware that the plan's been submitted and people can look at it for like a month or something before we would hold any type of hearings or discussions on it, would probably be good in my view, too.
Can I just react to one thing
Yeah.
that you said? I think it would be fine to give a longer time for people to come up to the stations. However, I don't think we want to make the roundtable discussions 2 hours each. Just
Okay, all right, yeah, now,
That's exhausting, and it also means that people have to block out that much time to make sure that they participate. So I think we can definitely allow open doors for people to go through the boards as they want.
okay.
But I think I would keep it an hour max per roundtable discussion groups, just because beyond that, people are burnout, right?
All right, cool. Just a thought, just looking at the time. Thank you, Cecilia. Thank you.
Are you flexible in moving the dates to maybe the end of April or no?
Well, the flexibility has to deal with the availability of the fire department, of the reception hall. And mentioning a Saturday, although I do agree that would be a good idea, but you're going into wedding season. So will be a problem there at the,
Well, just a thought on that is, what if we had 2 day ones? Whereas you'd have a day session, and then you can have an evening session, and then we can wrap it all up with the day 2. Just one joint J2 days. That way you have people who are around during the day can do that back and forth, get those tables for the day 1, all those topics that are being covered, and then have an evening session later that day, and where everybody who's available at night or is working of the day can come and participate. And then you can wrap it all up on the day 2 and just have the one session. Instead of the Saturday.
So I get this right. So you're saying the feedback loop 1, the roundtable and stations, we do that 2 days in a
2
row?
sessions. Well, 2
Same
sessions
thing,
of the
2
day
days in a
1.
row?
Yes.
So-
And then combine what you learned and what we got in the feedback loop from 1, and then come up with the day 2.
so you're saying day 1, we have the 4 to 7, but you're also saying maybe
Yeah.
Morning.
1 to 3 or 12 to 2 or something
Or
like
I
that.
would say even later, either 5 to 8, or,
The evening session.
yeah, or 6 to 9, so you can,
For the later session.
the later section,
Yeah.
and then do an earlier session, like 11 or starting at,
I'm trying to think, what did we do with the, Roxanne, do you remember
getting the same loop.
Well,
You're going
with the
over
vision plan? Do we remember what we
back with the
did?
day
they
2.
they were there for 4 days.
Okay.
I mean, it started at like 10 o'clock or,
Yeah, that's what I mean. We
Yeah.
had an early morning one.
I mean, it's a
Yeah, I
long
was
day
looking
1.
back at that schedule at the flyer. We started day 1 in the evening with the visioning
Oh, okay.
session, roundtable discussions. Then we had pinups, and then we concluded with an evening presentation, so. Right.
okay, and really the only 2 times that we're concerned about are the Easter break for Carroll and Frederick County, correct?
For the most part, yeah, probably.
Or spring break?
Yeah.
Yeah, all 4 of the spring breaks are the week
Well, not
before and the week
4.
after.
What, not 4, because they're not in the town. This is in the town.
They're all stakeholders.
Yeah. But as Steve said, they follow the same schedule. Some counties will be
All the
before and
before and
after. All 4 will have the same two-week.
Do we know what they are?
Carroll, the best I can say with Carroll for me is maybe Good Friday, and then maybe we get an extra Tuesday this year. Normally, it's just a Friday and a Monday, but I think they gave us an extra day. So it's either Thursday through Tuesday or Friday through Tuesday. I'm just depending on my
Still that-
13-year-old to
these
tell
dates are
tell me
like-
when she's off.
These
It's,
dates
it's
are
this
running
week
into
and then the
Easter.
week before
Yeah,
are the problems
Okay.
for most people.
Moved it,
If you move it a week later,
yeah, weekly.
it should be
it
fine.
should be fine. And then do 2 1s and 1 2.
So you're talking the 12th and the 13th?
Yeah.
What's Frederick off?
Frederick County's the 12th. So they're a whole week.
Yeah, Carol's shorter.
20th and the 21st.
No, it is. That's right.
Yeah. That's why I was asking end of April, but I mean, again, the fire hall, we have to,
We have to worry about the availability of the fire hall, and I think that's why we were kind of going earlier, trying to do earlier in April than later. I do understand the spring break and the situation, so we're more than likely looking, we haven't discussed where we want to be, but probably the last week in April.
unless,
Can we look at the end of March?
yeah, I was just going to ask that.
Well, I mean, why are we going farther out?
So like the 29th and 30th of March, can you guys be ready?
No,
I mean, again, just, we typically start a project and prepare for charrette in less, in a month or less. And we're already prepared, we've already done a lot more legwork. This isn't not a new project. So I think it's more about getting adequate notice out, which we would say 3 weeks is adequate, but that's up for you all to decide what adequate is. But I think we always advise, certainly no less than 2 weeks. 3 weeks is what we'd advise
6:30.
for notice.
That's the other thing, I think, and I can't remember what, is this I think this is a
30-day notice, I
this is a
think.
30-day notice.
So it has to be.
So it has to, if we were going to do the end of, it would have to go out in the next day or two.
Yeah, and in
So-
March, sorry,
I
Roxanne.
can't do that day. I'll be gone to a wedding.
Yeah. And honestly, we're going to have some
leaving.
staffing concerns come March due to medical concerns, I think, too. So we'll be shorthanded around staff. Maybe the mayor can more clarify that with you, the staffing level. But I have Carroll County's spring break up now. It's the 6th through the 11th of April. So Wednesday or Thursday probably would not be good for anybody that goes to Carroll County schools, because I can probably guarantee you as soon as the 5th is out, they're gone.
And Frederick is the 7th through the 14th, you said, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we're looking at like possibly the week of the 17th through the 21st or the 24th through the 28th.
Right, we just
So
don't know if the hall's available at this point.
depending on availability. I would say we look, well, we have to give 2 options. I would say we're trying to do a Wednesday, Thursday, so we look at the 19th, 20th, and the 26th, 27th, and give John the option to look and see which one is available.
You said 26th, 27th, Roxanne, too, the second one?
Yeah, 19th, 20th, or 26th, 27th. Preferably 19 and 20, but given an option for the 26th to the 27th. Generally, there's not a lot of activity happening. During the week, most of the activity happens on the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so hopefully we'll be able to get in there at that point in time. All right, are there any other questions or comments you have? If you're going to speak, please come to the podium, state your name, where you live. You have 3 minutes. Barney, is his mic on?
Oh, there it is.
It's on. No. Mr. Mansfield, I'm going to ask you to sit right next to where Tom? Well, I was just going to ask him to please just sit there because that mic will catch his comments.
You hear me?
Make sure the green light's on. Push the green light at the bottom.
Green light's on.
Okay,
Is that all right?
yes.
Hi, so my name's Charlie Mansfield. I live in 21771 zip code. So I have a question about the National Charrette Institute recommends that a moderate complex project should take at least a minimum of 4 consecutive days to hold a charrette. And I think, as you all know, the vision plan, they did it for 4 days. And I think this Beck project is at least as difficult as the vision plan and probably more complex, at least technically. So I was wondering why it seems like it's a shortcut to do it in 2 days. So can you explain why you are not following the NCI's recommendation to use 4 days?
I'll answer that question. Often when we do charrettes, we're coming in without any design in hand. We start anew. A lot of the team may not have even looked at the study area. We would often start the day one, by touring the study area with the team, as we did for the vision plan. Some of our team had been, pulling base information, looking at constraints, preparing that information. But some of our team came cold to that charrette. For this, we are required by this process to have a plan to start the process. So we already have the pre-concept plan. So that is the reason why, we're looking at 2 days. I think we had talked initially about 3, and then at John Breeding had said, let's try to do it in 2 days. So that's where we are, and that's what we've come back with.
So the literature often is the NCI literature talks about inputs into a charrette, and one of the inputs is already understood that it's a pre-concept plan that's already been developed. So I don't see that it's any different than what's actually going to happen than what the NCI people are saying. So again, even with the pre-concept plan as input, they're still recommending for just a moderately difficult project for 4 consecutive days. So I still would say that you need at least 4 days to do this. And in addition to that, it impacts the feedback loops. And in the NCI literature, it talks about having at least 3 different iterations of feedback loops that would possibly change the pre-concept plan. So it gives 3 opportunities to get it right. That's what is an exact quote from the literature. So in order to do the amount of feedback loops, you need at least 4 days. So I'd like you to consider all of that to, make sure that you're really not shortcutting this process and doing it according to the standard that NCI has put out.
Okay, I have a couple questions on that. When we were at the meeting discussing that, you were talking about a little bit of the history of the National Charrette Institute. And in actuality, the AICP,
AICP, right.
AICP were the first to put together this process, this charrette process, when it got to the point where you found that it was, becoming popular and it needed to be housed somewhere. You then took it to the National Charrette Institute, and it's housed there, but it was developed by the AIC.
Just to, minor corrections.
Okay.
Members of the CNU, the Congress for New Urbanism, were actually the ones who developed the charrette process. And the charrette process goes back hundreds of years, to be very clear about
Right.
it, with the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris. All it means is an intensive design session. What it means for CNU is it's a process for, consolidated, compact design process where there's input, everybody comes to the table, it's compressed. It was actually the Michigan State University, which was given the information to carry forward. That institution now holds the National Charrette Institute, rather than the founders, individual architects and planners.
Right, okay, thank you, I appreciate that. And anyone else want to make any comments?
Madam Chair, could I just make a comment?
Sure.
And add to that. And so Charlie, I think the topic you're bringing up is the tension we always have in these collaboration meetings where it's process and product, if I can kind of put it in those two categories. I think you're focused, rightfully so, on is our process righteous to get to the expectations that I tried to outline just a moment ago,
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, so if the product meets those outcomes, a comprehensive list of suggested modifications, a clear understanding of the revision where it reflects selected out of that list, and then rationale from the developer as to why those aren't reflected with a basis that we can all understand. If that's the outcome, if that's the product, I would say if we can get to that with their assurance through this structure, then let's give it a try. Now, if we optimistically do hold this in April, never forget we also have at the end of April another planning commission meeting where we can, kind of take a breath from the dates we did it. And now, a week later or at the end of April, we can now all collectively look at that product and say, the process wasn't sufficient. Or we do have what we aimed to get and our goal was achieved. Is that fair?
Perhaps. I'm just going on a proven process that the NCI people have put together. They found that for difficult, complex projects, that it really required a minimum of 4 consecutive days. So I'm just quoting the literature. And I think it's aggressive to say you can do it in 2 days. And actually the number of hours that are being spent is probably on those 2 days are very minimum as it is. And so I just think it's doomed to failure if you don't allow the proven processes to be done.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe we have something like you have the 2 days set up, but then you have a third day in reserve or something. I mean, maybe it's not already scheduled, but you sort of leave it open that if it seems like there are too many outstanding issues, people aren't satisfied or whatever, that it's sort of like, this is a possibility that we will do this for another day or something.
Sorry, but just for scheduling my team alone, I would say that we would have to fix it on a number of days and, be a short, I don't know, but I mean,
Yeah, well, it would probably be at least, a week out. It wouldn't be like the next day in terms of if it wasn't planned or 2 weeks.
I'm sorry, I'm going to speak on behalf of the developer. I think one thing that we're really looking to do here is define the process so we know what process, we're being asked to perform by that and move through the process.
Okay.
So I just, out of respect of their
That's
time.
fine, just trying to
I think
offer a little
it's-
compromise.
We need, no, yeah, but I think it would be better to know, okay, if we all feel like 3 days is needed, let's do 3 days, but I don't think we want to have a question mark at the end of this.
All right, well, let's
Okay,
see what
thank you.
Monica has to say.
Okay, Monica.
Hi there, my name is Monica Mansfield, and I'm in the 21771 zip code. Councilmember O'Malley, I truly appreciated your comments regarding the potential move of dates to a later time, as well as an independent organization to come in. Most of us are homeowners. Most of us are homeowners. How would you have felt if your realtor did the home inspection? Would you have been comfortable with that? This is akin to the home inspection being done by someone who stands to benefit by the sale of your said house. Do you see the corollary now? This is my point. The second issue with the charrette is having design collective facilitate. The charrette facilitator must remain as neutral as possible. This is imperative to the integrity of the process. I think it is clear the citizens of this town do not trust the developer. I'm asking you to consider this as a clear-cut conflict of interest, to have design collective, the people who are being paid by the developer, who stand to gain by the passage of this, leading an hour at a table of potentially 12 people, which would give each person on average 5 minutes. This is insufficient and it's inappropriate, and this is wrong to have them doing this. And I'm asking you to please take this very seriously. Thank you.
If I may.
Anyone else? If you're going to talk, just come right up to I'm sorry. Go ahead, Cecily.
Sorry, just to talk about that, I mean, referring back to the National Charrette Institute, there are various types of charrettes, right? Some that are done by the town of Mount Airy, for example, by the public sector, but often it is by the private sector. We've done both. In this case, it is correct, we're already in the development plan process. I think to think otherwise is counter to where we are and where we've been asked as the development team with the consultants to come up and do a charrette. So that is what is being proffered. We often do that on behalf of developers. That's at least 50% of the charrettes and work sessions we do. And that is what the process, where we are in the process. Previously, we worked for the town of Mount Airy. I can cite a direct example for downtown Columbia. In 2005, we were hired by Harford County to do a charrette, work session and charrette for their revision, redevelopment, revitalization of downtown Columbia. We did that on behalf of the county. Subsequently, they passed ordinances, and then it was about 7 years later, we came back and were hired by developers, both GGP as well as Howard Hughes. We worked on behalf of those developers to do follow-up on the planning. AICP, as you mentioned, we have a code of ethics. We operate by that, and we are following in the model of NCI for this charrette and would do so according to that.
Okay, thank you. Kim?
Hi, Kim Bynack. I am a resident of the town. I want to thank you, Steve, for mentioning that these dates and times do not work. Why are we rushing this charrette? This charrette we're changing the face of Mount Airy. If we go through with the Beck project and what they're proposing, we are literally changing the face of Mount Airy forever. This should not be rushed. This should be a very planned, very strategic, very well thought out charrette. It needs to be 4 days. It needs to be partially on the weekends or in the morning, where people that work, like myself, until 5 o'clock, sometimes I don't get home until 6:37. I can't come in and feasibly go to the round tables on the weekdays, it's hard for me to come to these meetings, but I'm attending them because I'm a concerned citizen and a taxpayer and a stakeholder of this town. And I'd appreciate this commission understanding that you have something very big in your hands to decide how this is going to play out. And you guys are all stakeholders too. You're taxpayers of this town. This is changing what you are doing to our town. And you really need to look at the charrette. Pleasance, they have a lot to gain. Mount Airy has very little to gain. And that's something that you guys really need to think about with this charrette. It is imperative that somebody comes in independent to come and facilitate this. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust their organizers to sit there and really write down what we have concerns with. We're not totally against this development. We want it to be managed correctly. So I implore you to really think through this process and don't rush it through April. We've got plenty of time. We need to really make sure that we're doing this the right time for everybody to attend in this town. We had over 150 people at that so-called charrette. It is, and the town has spoken. And I hope you guys are really, truly listening to what the town wants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonsoir. My name is Stephen Kraft. I live at 508 Carroll Avenue, a stone's throw away from here. This is a bit out of order because everyone has kind of reiterated what I wanted to say very briefly, but I can be succinct. I guess this is the charrette before the horse. It's too bad we have to call this a charrette, because if you know what the charrette was used for in France when it was in its heyday, it's nothing too glorious. And I hate to piggyback on Commissioner O'Malley, but my name is Steve too, and Steves have to stick together. And again, Kim beat me to the punch, but I'd also like to suggest that the timing is not ideal for this charrette. And I'm not playing a delay of game, but I'd also like us to consider too that on the, and I say us, all of us, on the 2nd of May, we're having a city council election. There's likely to have 3 new members, perhaps, which will change the whole nature of the council. And many, many things have gone forward without this election. However, I will suggest that perhaps you might get a totally different dynamic that comes into play with this election. And I would also like, I also heard some great stuff here. A 4-day charrette, I think, is almost essential. And thank you for suggesting different slots of time. I mean, it's 8 o'clock here. You're already knocking on my sleep time as a senior. And I'd also like to suggest that period, you would also be bringing in a different audience. You wouldn't. You've heard it before. It's challenging. There's not just 150 people who are deep into this question that we're facing. There's a whole town that's looking at this, and families with children. And I would suggest that if you gave them a window that they could show up, you might be able to reduce the number of round tables. I don't know, but again, there are folks like me who work all day, Monday to Friday. It's like, oh boy, can I now suck it up and do 4 more hours during my week? It sure would be nice to have a weekend slot for working folks with families. I mean, I would tell my baseball guys in Mount Airy that Saturday on this day, we're not playing baseball, just so I could be present for something like this. So again, I would suggest too that this is, I think we're a little premature and pushing real hard to get this charrette over with. But I would suggest that if we gave ourselves a good deal of time, especially until at least after the elections in May, the 3rd or the 4th, we might be doing everyone everyone who's looking at this question a favor. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's your time. That horn is a 3-minute time. Sorry.
Is that what that was?
Yeah. Hi.
And I've been a Mount Airy resident for 37 years. And I sat at many of these meetings over the past several months. This is a very complex development that's under consideration. One thing I want to also support is 4 days of the charrette. Schedule it. If we don't need it, we can always cancel it. But to try to add on afterwards may be very difficult. And I did not hear, when we're talking about the roundtable discussions, the topics did not come from the stakeholders and the citizens of Mount Airy. They came from the developer and outsourced. So I would like to suggest that we have an opportunity. There were multiple things when we came to the table early on, up at the fairgrounds, around schools, around medical care. I've been a nurse for 40 years, so that is near and dear to my heart. Emergency responses, not just for our police, but for our ambulance services and such. So I would like to suggest that the key stakeholders outside of Pleasant also have an opportunity to come up with the topics for the roundtable discussion.
Thank you.
I sort of came to the meeting at the last minute, and I always come planning not to speak, but after I listened to some of the thoughts, I've had some things I'd like to share, and I'd like to appreciate the planning commission and everybody who's worked on this diligently for quite a while. And I'm a retired engineer, and I spent probably half to a third of my time over the last year looking at this project. And I still don't have all that many answers. It's a very, 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 very complex project. Really, 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 really don't know where the water's coming from, despite, assurances from the developer. I've been looking at this.
Can you push the button?
Oh.
There you go.
There it is.
Okay, it's better. Did you hear anything I said?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit, okay.
So we're good.
It's a very, very complex project. I've been I sent a lot of emails to the Planning Commission on my concerns about the water. Everything in the project is interwoven, and it's like a complex Rubik's Cube. You don't know where the water is coming from, and every change in that affects the design. So it just keeps going. And I don't think anybody in this room really has a good handle on it. I've seen the concept plans, and the computer graphics are marvelous, but they're only there to show that, you have to give us this number of houses, and here's a plan. But these plans are not well thought out, they're not developed, and each one of these issues affects the design, and as our previous speakers say, this affects the whole town.
Dave, you have about a minute.
Okay, how you can expect to even identify the problems that you want to address in the charrette and have opinions on is going to take more than 4 days. So you can whiz through this thing in 2 or 3 days, but there's a lot of stuff under the rocks there, so to speak. And the final, I have the most qualified engineer in town is giving me 30 seconds to finish. I don't think between Barney and I, we've talked informally, not on the record, but we all have concerns. And you're just fooling yourself and doing a disservice to the town to rush this thing through. And you have to digest it and work it. I'm not disparaging the the people putting the charrette together. I work for a consultant. If you got $10,000 to do the study, that's what you had to do. You have to do it within the budget and the constraints you have. But this is us, this is the town, 10,000 people, and I just don't think we're ready to push it through this quick. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Sean Kelly, 306 Springgate Court, inside the town. I just want to add just a brief bit of color for our guests. Mr. Wagner and Miss, I didn't get your name, I'm sorry. But Cecily. So when we talk about the 4 days versus the 2 days, and you're sort of already prepared for this, that really illustrates sort of where we're at in this. I think, and I think you already know this, I just want to vocalize this for everybody. I think that that fact right there illustrates that, MXD was done outside the master plan. And then you've got the two Beck properties that were for some reason combined into the same zone, which they're different properties, they should be different zones. Now we've got this, these pre-concept drawings. Now we have a different developer that decided, for whatever reason, to get out and pass it on to you. So that's the bit of color. As we've woken up to this and all of the challenges, as Dave was just saying, and we're involved in it because all of a sudden it seems like we're just not prepared for it. So that's why we're all calling for a full process to be involved in this. And we're all feeling like it's just being railroaded at this point. We're being force fed this. So we're trying to be, you're guests of ours. We're trying to be good partners with you and be inside this process. And I know there's a lot of animosity at the last meeting, but in this, the commission meeting before that last meeting on January 19th, we were told that would be this interactive sort of charrette, and it really wasn't. So I just want to, again, provide some color to our guests as to sort of why we're weighing these comments, why we have these feelings, and why we all want to be a part of this process, where we're at. And it just doesn't feel like we're involved in 2 days isn't sufficient. That's where we're coming from.
Okay, thank you. Have anyone else? I will mention one thing. We, as the Planning Commission, are ruled by the ordinances that we do have. Right now, this ordinance states that the charrette is put on by the developer. And that's the way it is in the ordinance that was passed in 2021. I'm not talking about any of the amendments. We haven't, gotten into any of those or whatever. So I understand the frustration with the 2-day. I think Steve has a great idea. I mean, maybe we can come to a compromise where we kind of like do a 2.5 or do a Saturday where people can come that work during the time. And the changing of the dates to accommodate those people that will be away on Easter break. Does anyone else here at the table have any questions or anything, any concerns?
Madam Chair, do we want to discuss the outside independent facilitators?
Right now, as it states, I'm telling you, in the ordinance, it states that the developer is the one that puts on the charrette. I'm comfortable with that, but it's not totally up to me. We have to make a motion, there has to be motions made, but we also have to follow the ordinance. If we don't follow the ordinance, then it'll get kicked back out. So,
Trying to find where in the ordinance.
ordinance is, it's 2021.
Under
That's your
E?
interpretation as well.
I'm looking right now.
Well, I was given the MXUCC, which is,
I'm looking at 112-37.
yeah, that's.
Turn your mic on.
Lost your mic.
Go ahead, Tom. Thank you, Kim.
The applicable section, section 98-61.
Is it on?
The ordinance states, the section is 98-61E, approval process for MXUCC and MXD. Subsection 2, the Planning Commission shall hold at least one charrette and separate public hearing at which members of the public shall be permitted to review the pre-concept sketch layout plan and make public comment. The charrette and public hearing shall be advertised as follows, and basically says 30 days. So,
Okay.
what the ordinance says.
We don't really have anything in there about a public facilitator, though.
No,
Okay? Yeah.
there is nothing about a public facilitator.
So we
But-
could.
But I believe,
It doesn't say who,
So we.
but at that point, we would have to do a text amendment or
No, we don't have to do anything because it doesn't specify
Yeah.
who runs the charrette. We can just
Yeah.
decide. We can't.
Yeah, that's what I was going to
That's
say.
what I'm saying. I can't wait. Correct. Thank you.
I'm looking, Tom, I'm
Hey,
looking at you.
Tom.
As I read the ordinance, it's the Planning Commission show. It's the
Yeah.
Planning Commission
Okay,
shall hold.
And if it's not written, it can be a condition or a part of the motion or anything saying, we set the conditions of the charrette, how it's formed and held and things of that nature, correct? If I'm interpreting the wording correctly.
Yes, it's what Tom just said.
Okay,
It's
I just want to
very-
make
it's
sure.
Very general, very open, we get to decide. So I'm just going to make a comment. Now, I know that, the design collective, did a good job with the downtown vision plan. Now, there wasn't controversy or any, there wasn't pushback. People really wanted it. I mean, you all, you know what you're doing, and I think you probably have your ethics. You have your ethics thing, So, but to make it more, inclusive and appealing, it seems like that perhaps you run the show, but that there is some, more neutral people who are doing it with you, and that could be figured out, and however we can figure it out. But I think that, because, you have the framework, you're very professional, you know what you're doing, but it would just be good to have some representation of the residents and people who are concerned about what's going on,
Well, Carl, I have a,
Oh, sorry. Yes, ma'am.
I'm just, if we hire, is this like a budget thing now too? If we have to
yes, it would be.
It's a little bit of a budget, but we can backfill it with a charge to the developer if I'm understanding it correctly.
So we could find the funds to, like, it wouldn't,
It,
that would not be an impediment, is what I'm trying to.
I would say at this time, no. I guess it would, I mean, we could yes, we could probably find the funds for it. So I would say no. Funding is more than likely not an impediment to hiring an outside, I don't want to say facilitator, UN-type people, a neutral third party, either to take notes or sit at the tables just to make sure the process is fair and unbiased and things of that nature, to make sure that the citizens feel like they're being heard and listened to, and there's no, I'm not saying you'll do shenanigans, but no shenanigans are going on if the developer or their representatives run it.
A neutral observer.
Neutral observer.
Well, maybe more than observers, but my question is, how are we going to do this? And like people like Kim and other people who sometimes come, might have some suggestions because it's like, how are we going to actually just hire some neutral person who hasn't been involved or?
Just an idea is that you pull potentially from the county planning staff that may be willing, I don't know if you're still here, but that might have some training as planners and can, act as, town staff, planning staff. That, to me, would be professionals who are, at least educated in that type of thing and can act as facilitators and could be serve as neutral.
Yeah, I would not, Justin, first off, we told you to get out after you gave your report and you didn't listen, so now it's your fault.
And that's all predicated on the fact that Frederick County would allow him to do something like that.
That's what I was going to say. That sounds like a good idea, neutral, like having potentially county planning staff, but I would rather have planning staff, not knocking Carroll or Frederick planners, but since we are in their counties, I would think Howard, Montgomery, Baltimore County, some other county that we are not in, just to cover their butts too, so they're not accused of anything or ethical violations on their part. Not saying there would be, but I would rather have not a county that we're in running it just to protect the county planners, that for Carroll and Frederick.
Kim, do you have a question?
I have a suggestion. Maybe do a task force of your citizens, of the stakeholders, to get questions and to be there to help facilitate this, to ensure that there is an unbiased party.
I appreciate that. Thank you. But there is some bias too on the people. I would much rather have, when we put out, we would have to put a request for an RFP for this. And when we did this for the downtown master plan, we had over 80 people, architects and people interested in performing the vision plan for us. So I think that we need to do it. We want to have the townspeople probably put together some questions, but put in the request for the proposal so that we can get somebody that is in this profession that will help them to facilitate this. Just my opinion. So we have a lot of different opinions here. We need to make a decision as to a few things. We need to make dates for the charrette, times for the charrette, and a request for a proposal for an independent facilitator to also come with this. So I think that, so that's where we are.
I think Cecily.
Yes.
Just because I don't know if you were thinking for the roundtable portion of it, to have facilitators mainly as the time period that you would like the independent folks. I mean, you could, just a thought, there are ULI professionals, again, it's a source that you could ask for volunteers rather than put out an RFP. I mean, you all know what the process was to issue an RFP, to, do that. Again, I think.
What was that group again?
ULI, Urban Land Institute.
Okay.
I mean, I think if you're asking professionals for, one night of volunteer time or paid time, whichever, that could be funded by it. I think that would be the easier ask than trying to, put together an RFP, issue an RFP, evaluate RFP candidates, and then try to retain those folks for, for a portion of a charrette.
Another suggestion, I said Urban Land Institute. On the state level, whenever we're asked to do something, we always try and contract out with a local university. Maybe some of their students, you can't get much more as a neutral third party than a local, it's just time when they are, or graduate levels or something. I know there's probably some universities that do have planning, and I know Towson, maybe University of Maryland or something of that nature.
The best planning department is at Morgan State University.
Well, that's it. Well, that's what I mean. I'm sure a university would jump at giving their students experience at facilitating this type of activity.
Yeah.
I know when I was a student getting my master's degree at the University of Maryland, I did volunteer for a charrette, and that was probably my first charrette. Went with a professor and did that as an evening session.
And there are many AICP people here in the state that work with the Maryland Planning Commissioners Conference as well that might be more than willing to give of their time to help to facilitate as well.
Would these independent facilitators that we're talking about, whatever their resource, would we also look for them to participate on day 2 in the wrap-up summary, just to be ready in case there were any further interaction? Would that be fair, that we ask their second day participation? Is that normal?
No, I wouldn't say it's normal. It's normal for the design team to run the charrette and facilitate the charrette and be supplemented by note takers. I think it's kind of above and beyond to have independent facilitators come in. I think as, working professionals, I think, just speaking for myself, I know when I'm asked to volunteer, like one evening is not too difficult to manage, but trying to come back for another night means, a stay over or another commute out. That's just a difficulty. And it's trying to get the input from those roundtable discussions. That's primarily, beyond that, the design team will be drawing up the options. So I don't know that it's necessary to have them back, just my opinion.
So at a minimum, day 1, we've got 4 tables, 4 stations. We're talking 8 outside facilitators. Have I got the numbers right? That we would look to ULI or other means by which we could gather that expertise, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think, again, I'm trying to address the optic and the sentiment from the public that if we go to the summary phase where we wrap up, and again, I'm kind of hung up on product and outcomes, and that is if there's a sense from the public that the outcomes weren't as the discussions ensued on day 1, then we have those independent facilitators also there. Again, that's just my sentiment, so that they could also carry that kind of outside independent neutrality into day 2. Lastly, if going back to providing us kind of early on those questions that your facilitators would be prepared to guide the table discussions, if we can get that set early and make the public aware of what that looks like, then there's a start point there that they can then send in their additional topics and questions, as was mentioned by one of our speakers. Is that fair? So they can kind of see what's already on the ground or anticipated to be discussed. Then they can certainly throw in anything that they see as missing. I think that would be wise and an opportunity for them.
Yeah, we often prepare those packets in advance for, input and revision prior to holding the charrette. Yep.
Cecily, can I ask you a question? Can you give us an example question of a roundtable discussion driving, what would a facilitator ask as a question?
Or, sometimes we start out by asking the question of what are specific destinations that you want, moving through the site that you might be trying to access. So that allows us as design professionals to understand what are the good connection points to make. How do people travel? Would they travel by bicycle if there were better bicycle facilities in place? That's another thing that we can respond to. Are there intersections that, you might feel are more difficult to pass through than other intersections, so that we understand, what are the issues with that? What are the routes to school, so we can, understand how kids might be moving through. Those are just several, but yeah.
So it's not necessarily an explaining or talking to, but it's a question of what works best for the community.
And that's what
The
we're,
input from the community is given.
yeah,
And it's all
we're,
taken down and it's put on a board, and then there's a sketch of it, right, for everybody to see.
yeah, and then, again, it's not just through those facilitator tables that people can give input. That's one way they can give input. Another way is at the board stations. We don't, we give people sticky notes and pens, they write it in their own words. We often have, for folks who want to think about it more, they can bring back any piece of paper and that goes on the wall. So there's not just the one opportunity, or that we are framing all the discussion points. That's not how a charrette is run. There are multiple opportunities to interact, to give, your voice, to, paste that up on the walls for people to see. We might, if there are some, maybe not civil comments, we edit those out, but beyond that, it's in people's words as they write them or think them.
So the citizens are driving the design. Essentially, you're coming with a kind of a map layout. The citizens come and they give their comments.
I wouldn't say,
And your questions aren't explaining or talking to them or making their minds up, right?
right.
You're just gathering information.
Right.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say, just to correct, I think you said citizens drive the design. At this point, we have a design. We want
To a point,
citizens
yes,
to
of
give
course.
input on that plan and be able to modify it, look at alternative options that are within the context of, what the developer is trying to achieve, what the town said it wanted to achieve with the vision plan, what the ordinance says. So there are multiple endpoints. Of course, APFO and other, I would say, environmental constraints, site constraints, all of those things in our mind have equal weight into the process. They all inform the process. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a lot here to put into one motion. So here we go.
And we don't have to pick the date, well, if we have to find people, I don't know if you want to put the dates and.
Well, I was going to say that we're going to tentatively say,
You can put the dates in and say they might have to be changed.
yeah, I would tentatively say that we're looking at,
Just simply want to say dates that avoid spring break or Easter.
right, so we're looking at towards the end of April, so, and trying to go off of the kind of like 2.5, like kind of 3-day thing. Do,
3 sessions.
or 3 sessions.
3 sessions and 3 days?
3 sessions, 3 days?
Just 3 sessions.
I mean, it's 3 sessions.
However,
we are able to put that together. It's still 3 sessions.
Okay, but we do want to try to include a Saturday if we can, so those people that work during the week can make it. So we're looking at a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday? I know that, I hate doing that, because that means you have to come back.
Well, unless you do the first day as a Saturday,
And then do,
and then the Wednesday, Thursday, wrap it up, whatever.
So we could do like the 20, yeah, a Saturday, Monday, Tuesday?
Either way.
If we could get, I'm not worried necessarily about the Monday, Tuesday, I'm worried about the Saturday.
is the wedding season.
Yeah, yeah. So we're going to tentatively put it there at April the 22nd, 24th, and 25th. And then help me with this, Steve. The schedule would be such that day 1, we would keep the same as the overall presentation of the pre-concept plan, and that would be from 3 to 4. Or, no, we're doing on a Saturday, so maybe we could do it earlier.
Do that earlier.
So let's say 11.
Now, the earlier might be difficult because of the sports in Mount Airy.
Well, I know, listen, Carl, we have a lot of different things.
Okay, I know.
These people have asked for us to try to do
Okay.
this. We're trying to do this for them, and then they're going to have to make make it there.
All right, I just-
Okay? We can't
Carl,
go with
150
everything.
people came to the
Right.
the presentation that they had on a weeknight.
No, I just want to make sure we're aware of, like, 11 o'clock might be towards the end of a ball game or a ball.
Well, they'll be
ball
right
game.
there. They can just
Okay.
come right over.
All right.
You know, come over in your cleats.
I just wanted to mention it. That's all. I'm not saying we need it. I just wanted to mention that.
Okay, so that 22nd is a Saturday. So we can, you want to try 1 to 4? 11 to 3?
1 to 4 might give people.
1 to 4? All right, April 22nd, day 1, which is the Saturday. And we'll do 1 to 4. With the one roundtable discussion and station after that. So if we start that at 4, we could do that from 4 to 7
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
On the same day?
on the same day.
Okay, all right.
You're saying 1 to 4 is this overview?
Yeah, maybe we don't need to do 1 to 4.
Maybe 2 hours.
Yeah, so maybe we should do 1 to 3 and then 3 to 7. Does that make sense, Cecily?
I mean, the presentation really only would be an hour.
An
at
hour,
most,
so we can
as
do 1
we,
to 2.
showed. So 1 to 2 and then,
2 to 5?
yep, that makes sense.
If people think that's, well, that's not 4 hours.
Well, then 2 to 6.
No, I'm sorry, total 4 hours. That's what she
Yeah, I thought people were saying earlier that wasn't enough. 4 to 7 was not enough time, 3 hours.
Well, we start at noon.
If we use,
Okay. All right, that's day 1. And then day 2,
5 or 2 to 6?
we're going to do 2 to 5.
Okay.
Day 2, then, we would do the feedback loop 2, and we would run that from 2 to 6.
I think you got to start later.
Well, see, I thought that
Yes.
we were,
What day is,
yeah.
are you saying Monday, the 24th?
Yes.
That's your planning commission night.
Well, I guess we won't, well, we'll replace it. Thank you, but we, you know,
But Roxanne,
Yes.
we also think, we thought that there's 2 day ones. There's a Saturday for people who can't make it during the week, and then Monday would be a repeat of
Do a
Saturday.
night meeting where you
Okay.
do the same schedule.
so
like
day
that.
1,
Would be Saturday, and day 1 would also be Monday.
Monday. Right.
Yeah.
There you go.
And that time would be, you're saying, the first, so it would be a presentation, an hour presentation?
Right. So maybe start at 4?
I think that's too early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve says.
It's too early.
What time do you think, Steve?
I think you should look at 5 or 6.
Well, I would say since we're taking the place of the planning commission meeting, 6 to 10,
Yeah.
since we've probably got it all booked off anyway, for we just start
Okay,
an
well,
hour
but
earlier.
the first hour is the presentation, that would be
6 to 7?
6 to 7,
Okay.
and then 7 to 10. Okay.
Right.
That's
April 24th.
the 24th. And then the 23rd, or the 25th, day 2. And that would run, we have it here 2 to 6 and 7 to 9. So do we want to change the 2 to 6 and make it 6 to 8? And 8 to 10?
Now it's 6 hours total, 2 to 6 and 7 to 9. So
Well, just to
we need to
clarify on
start
that,
earlier.
the first part is really just for public viewing and input.
Right.
So it's not really
I
formal.
mentioned that, right.
Okay.
It's
So we
just
can
a
open that
window of
earlier.
time, like
That
an
can
open
open even
house.
at
Okay,
2 or-
so
Have to like facilitate anything.
Right.
we could do the 2 to 6 then, if they want to come in and view it, and then do the final presentation from 7 to 9?
Yeah, that should work. I think that'll work.
Is
for
that
everybody.
good?
Yep.
Okay, so we have possible dates, we have a possible schedule, and then we are going to look into also the condition of looking for volunteers of outside facilitators to help with the charrette process on
Saturday and Monday.
Saturday
On Monday?
and Monday.
They would have to come 2 days, but they'll have a day in between.
Maybe we can find enough.
Different people. They don't have to be the same people. So.
Okay,
And the questions ahead of time, and again, a process where the public can interact on those questions and supplement them, right?
okay, so I move that we move the charrette for the Beck property to the dates of April 22nd, 24th, and 25th. Day 1 being Saturday, April the 22nd, for the presentation pre-concept plan 1 to 2, from the feedback loop from 2 to 5. The second day would be Monday, the 24th, from, we said 6 to 7, and then 7 to 10. And then the following day, April 25th, would be the second day. The feedback loop would be from 2 to 6, and the open house and evening presentation would be from 7 to 9. We will also look into obtaining volunteers for, to help with the facilitation of the charrette.
Can I add an amendment?
Yes. We haven't seconded, so you can put in whatever you
Oh,
want.
okay, I would just clarify that the Monday, April 24th
Uh-huh.
is a repeat of day 1
All right.
that originally occurs on April 22nd. And that the facilitators, we would try to get them from either a graduate school, a planning department graduate school, or what's it called?
Urban Land Institute.
Or the Urban Land Institute, or something of that genre.
Okay. Deb, do you have all that? Okay.
Oh, well, Barney said maybe contingent on getting the dates. Was that included in the motion?
No, you can add that.
Add that.
And that would be contingent on getting these dates, yes.
Yeah.
All right. That's my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I'm not reading it again. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to move through as much of the agenda as we can today. We do stop. We have a hard stop at 10:30. The next item on the agenda. She's recording. That's the meeting. As soon as I find my agenda. The next item up is the introduction and recommendation to Carroll Planning for the annual report. We need to approve the annual report, and I just need to sign the acceptance letter. Is there a motion to approve the report?
I'll motion to approve the the report for the Carroll County 2022 annual report.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the annual report for Carroll County Planning of 2022. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Next on the agenda, and thank you for hanging around, I apologize for the long, is the introduction, discussion, and possible approval of Delta Home Group, a new proposed sign at the location of 1512 Ridgeside Avenue. Is the applicant here? Okay. When you come up, please, state your name. Is it green? It has to be.
There we go.
There you
Good
go.
evening. My name is Dan Hojabri. Been a Mount Airy resident for 25 years and a town resident for 19 years. I guess when I moved to the town of Mount Airy, I got my real estate license, and in 2016, I started a real estate team, in which was based out of my broker's office in Frederick, Maryland. In 2018, I moved my team's home office to Mount Airy, Maryland, at 1511 Ridgeside Drive, in which November of 2021, I purchased the building at 1512 Ridgeside Drive. I assumed the lease. The previous tenant was Long and Foster Real Estate. That lease had expired the end of January of 2023, and we are in the process of moving our office across the street to 1512. One thing that we've noticed is that since the traffic pattern has changed due to the reconstruction of the intersection of Main Street and Ridgeside Drive near Chick-fil-A McDonald's, the traffic flow has changed as a result, coming up the hill more than coming down, and the tree line where Arby's is, their trees have blocked the current pylon sign that is in place right now. My proposal is to relocate that to a different part on the property, which I think on the handout there was the mulched section, right, if you look, right where Barney is there to the, down a little bit, right to the, right there. I plan to move it in that section there, so it's up on the hill, away from, it's closest to the drive there. Their current location is up to the right.
Right.
Correct. So being that the traffic pattern has changed, more vehicles coming up, they would not see the signage of our building to after they've passed the entrance, which is why we're proposing to move the location further down so it can be more visible and seen. So that's the one proposal. The other proposal is when we're relocating the sign, understanding that pylon signs are no longer allowed, we would be erecting a monument-style sign. According to the ordinance with the square footage, we were going to have the upper section of the sign be a static sign of our business name as far as, and also the contact information. And then right below it would be a sign that we could customize and change the messaging on because we do several events in the community as part of our mission and goals. I also am the founder of DHG Gives, which is a nonprofit 501c3, where we do a few events each year. Right now, we're in the process of doing a spring closet clean out, collecting clothes right now from people in the community who then go right back into the hands of people in the community who are in need. They shop for free. And then our second, which is our largest event every year, is what we call Santa's Secondhand Shop, where we collect new, and gently used toys, games, books, bikes, from those in the community and give them back to those in need for free. So the challenge has been getting the awareness out sometimes, being able to have awareness with the drive-through traffic we would have by posting those dates and times on the board would help us, as well as the other events we do, such as the Mount Airy Fall Fest we put on at the Carnival Grounds. This past year in 2022, we had over 2,400 attendees come to a free Fall Fest we put on in the community. And I have logs of people coming from the tri-state area, coming for the free day. So again, getting the message out, utilizing the traffic flow we'll have from people visiting the restaurants on Ridgeside Drive, coming by our facility there, or our building there, to be aware, which would then, essentially, we hope and we trust that drives more people to come to Mount Airy and shop and support the local economy. So that message board, we are looking to hire Pasadena Signs to install it. It's called a watch fire sign that would be placed where it says right below our static sign there. That sign can be adaptive to light. So as it gets darker in the evening, the light can dim. It's fully customizable. It would not change the messaging no more than once in a 24-hour period. So we wouldn't be using animations. It's simply just to put up messages because our events are frequent and it's would look nicer than having a banner out front. So that's what I'm proposing.
Madam Chair, I'll go first on this one, just so everybody can get their thoughts going on this one. Dan, I'd like to say, first off, I'd like to say thank you for all you do for the town, but when I read this, it was nagging in my brain because we went through, good Lord, I want to say like 6-8 months worth of signs for zoning. And we had, Tom and I sent some emails back over the weekend and stuff. And one of the things that is the bottom, the message board, there's nothing wrong with, in my view, wrong with the top part of the sign. It's the bottom part, it's the message sign. And under our definitions for zoning, projected image sign, the type of sign that is a form of electronic display that projects images onto a screen or other flat surface, including LCD and plasma displays, section 112-11 of our code. And then farther down, I believe it is, hold on, wrong page here, 112.11, section F. The following signs, oh no, that's our permit, no, hold on. There is one thing that says exemptions, prohibited signs are electronic display boards. So unfortunately, if I'm interpreting the code correctly, the bottom part is not allowed in town code.
Yes, so that is going to be an LED screen versus an LCD. I know it's probably schematics at this point. I guess I was going off the sample in town of, with the carnival grounds having a message board that has frequent flashing messages and.
They were grandfathered in when we adopted the code, I believe.
Yeah. And someone else has come since then and asked for a sign similar to this, and they were denied because we don't allow those in the town. I know you wanted John to bring it to us anyway because he told you it wouldn't be allowed. So yes, I'm good with the top. It's the bottom that's the problem.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
On another topic, it has to do with, and again, thank you, Dan. It has to do with the setback requirements for freestanding signs, and again, according to the code. And so I'm addressing the two optional locations that you've proposed. And so the code reads that the location that you can put a freestanding sign such as this has to be 1/2 of the building's zoned frontage. So the building is zoned CC, community commercial. And I believe the setback frontage for buildings in CC is 40 feet. And so in other words, 40 feet from your property line that runs kind of along ridge side, go back, that's where the front brick facade of your building should be, or greater, at least 40 feet. So then if you follow the code on that algorithm, then it says then the sign cannot be placed any closer to that front property line than half of that, 20 feet. So with all that explanation, I'm just wondering whether or not your proposed two locations are within that 20-foot setback from the front of the parcel property line. And so I'm just not sure.
Okay.
Yeah, so you have to take that under consideration, again, as far as us following the code.
Okay.
And just a couple of last comments. I'm assuming, just want to clarify, of course, the Long and Foster lettering existing on the building comes off.
That's already been removed.
It's not
Oh, it's
there.
already been removed.
Yeah, it's
Gotcha.
nothing on there now.
Sounds good. So again, just to reiterate, aside from the definition of the electronic sign, which I do also agree with on the concern, the other issue, we need to look at that setback distance on where you want to locate it.
Which John would help you with. I don't have any solution for you at the bottom of the sign. I know it's important for you to get everything out. You do, I know you do put the signage or some signage up on the road by, at the fire grounds.
Yeah, their provisions only allow you to do it a day or two before.
Right.
So it's challenging.
Now, have you, sorry.
My only other suggestion, and they might kill me, but I'm going to say it. You can have a banner up for a certain period of time. So, you could put a banner up to advertise whatever it is and then take it down. And then at least the people coming up and down Ridgeside would see it. That would be my only suggestion. And you get a permit for that. Just come in and say you want a permit for the banner.
So in place of the, I guess, screen, it would be just a blanked out space where a banner could be hung? Is that what?
You could do it that way, or you could do it on the ground.
Yeah, the idea is to get more eye level as
Yeah,
people coming
you
up
do,
the hill.
you do.
So I just could design concepts back to the company.
That would be my only solution. Anybody else?
Yeah. Could there be a possibility of that, instead of having that LCD screen, there's actually like a backlit board like the other restaurants have, where he could put letters on it to advertise what he's doing? Because like the Burger Kings and the Arby's and every other place in town have a backlit sign underneath his. Now, Dan, your Delta Home sign is obviously backlit too, that
Yes,
part of the top.
that part is backlit.
Okay.
That's what I was going to suggest too.
I mean,
I
you could keep
can't think
you
of the.
could keep the footprint of the bottom part, but
Right, and then just go change it, kind of like,
and just change it out, or
Like a gas
have someone
station
in the
has to-
office change
yeah.
it out for you.
Okay.
As your events come up.
Yeah,
And that way you're still being able to advertise it.
Yeah.
You don't have the LCD, LED plasma, whoever uses that
Right.
anymore.
The idea, again, is not to change the sign a lot. It's
Exactly.
just, when we
yeah,
have
it's kind of like the gas stations when they need to change the
Right?
signs.
Yeah.
That's
Of course,
referred-
that's been very regular these days.
That's referred to as a reader board.
A
in our
reader
ord-
board?
A reader board, a type of sign that permits different messages to be displayed at any one time by means of interchangeable lettering or numbering.
Ralph,
I think that's-
what number is that?
That's 11211 on
112.
the signage.
Could graphics be on there, like backlit, if it's a static graphic?
I guess if you have the graphics you can put up there, I mean, I don't know what, yeah,
Transparent graphic.
Yeah, I'm saying if it's just,
stuff.
I mean, you would need to look at whatever the mechanism is for holding the lettering. You understand what I'm saying? The rail system or whatever.
Okay.
And then, based on that, would your graphics be sufficiently large enough? You know, if you're talking a letter this big, is that a suitable size for a graphic?
Yeah.
Kind of question.
I'm thinking like, pictures of Santa Claus or something like that.
Sure.
Yeah. Just draw the attention.
Absolutely.
Living signs.
There you go. Got their
Yeah,
waving.
you can have Santa out there waving.
Wasn't there a human sign part in the ordinance?
Yeah, that's allowed, but I was trying not to be the Grinch
It's
here,
called
Dan.
living
Sorry about
or
that.
human sign. You're right, yeah.
Is the monument, is it, the proposal, is that considered a monument over, does anything else need to be on the facade or anything for that, for the base, in the image? Whoever has the control of it, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it looks a little tall. I don't have the dimensions with me, and John has those.
Yeah, because the
you
current
might
sign
need
is
to-
16 feet tall. and the one
Yeah,
across
you
is
might need to
17.
pull it down a little bit.
Check with John to be sure.
Put the Delta Home Group where the Find Your Dream Home is, and then move the Dream Home down a little bit.
Yeah, we can
That's the
modify
entire
that.
height.
But, congratulations, you've grown a very nice business.
Thank you. Well,
Congratulations.
that's the support of people in the town, so thank you, guys.
Yeah, we get with John on the setback, too.
Yes, and he'll
Setback
work with you
requirements.
on that.
That sign that exists there, I'm not sure how far that is as far as setback off the road.
Yeah, I haven't quite measured it.
Yeah.
We're just going to recommend that he seek John's counsel and advice on the construction of the sign.
And Dan, just not saying you'd do anything wrong with the sign location or anything, also take into consideration before you put the money into the sign, that we are doing a traffic circle that will probably more than likely change the traffic pattern up that road.
I don't think
So
it's
I
not
don't
going
want
to
you
change
to
it
like,
that much.
I don't know, I just take that into consideration too before you spend whatever the signs cost
No, I
you.
appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, because the tree line where Arby's is,
Yeah.
it's overgrown and it's blocking. Yeah.
All righty.
Great.
So we don't need to do a motion or anything, right? We can just send, okay. Thank you. Thank you for staying. I appreciate you waiting.
Appreciate it.
The next item is number 8, the introduction and discussion of the possible approval of text amendment ordinance 2023-01. I'm going to ask for a quick 5 minutes. Yeah, I just have to go to the bathroom.
I wouldn't either.
Tom, do you want to start with this?
This is the, I think Councilman Munders, it's on. Hello. This is a Councilman Munders ordinance, a very similar one was before you all and then the town council not too long ago. I think there were some changes, however, Carl, which I'll let you highlight.
Yeah. Oh, okay, wasn't sure if we've done, yes, there are some changes on this that does make it different than the previous ordinances or the ordinance. Currently, I believe the last one that was before you all had a minimum of a 50%. I believe I was, during the last discussion here and at the council meeting, I was willing to offer a compromise. As the chairwoman suggested, maybe we could find a compromise on that. So now it has been reduced to a minimum of 25% open space of total gross acreage of the project.
Could you please identify where you are?
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair. It's on page 2 of 6, page 2 of 10, section 25-5, under adequate facilities, section GC.
Okay.
You see that a minimum of, it was 10 originally, currently, that has been changed to a minimum of 25% of the total gross acreage of a project. The next change at the bottom of page 2 of 10, under 98-23, was, I believe, just a wording change suggested by the town attorney from exemption to exception. I think it was just more of a clarifying change, more so than anything else. Page 3 of 10, top of it, under section 1 is just more clarifying. It has the base, as you can see, the base density for the various other ones, percentages of open space. It goes from 25 to 50. Most of the other residential components are 35, 45, and 50, respectively. The more denser they go, the higher the open space requirement. This was just to go along with that chart, just saying a minimum of 25%, mirroring the language that was earlier on the preceding page. On page 3 of 10, under number 2, it's still just more clarification, allows the applicant to request an adjustment in the open space requirement, I believe, before the Planning Commission, but it can go no lower than 20% of total gross acreage of the project for an MXD zone. That's for that one. Hold on a sec. On the bottom of page 3 of 10, under section 9860 for townhouse developments, it scratches out MXD zone. So MXD zone would have to follow the current guidelines in town code related to any type of townhouse that would be erected under that development. Next page, 4 of 10. Top of page, section 112-37-2. I believe this area was just moved. It still has the same exact wording as currently in. So I'm believing that it was just underlined because it might have been moved from a previous portion of the code. The next change is on page 6 of 10, under E, non-permitted uses. I added, to conform a little bit with the changes I have proposed for the MXU-CC district, it would eliminate as a prohibitive use a business that primarily sells tobacco products or cannabis for personal or recreational purposes. This would go along with the residential character of the potential any zone or MXD zone that would come in. So just to more limit the the negative connotations that if everything is centered in one part of town, particularly in a new zone that's supposed to be residential. Okay, next change is section F on page 6 of 10. It is changed, crossed out gross. It deals with the ratio of 75 residential to 25. Previously, it's under gross. I have changed that to net developable acreage instead of gross for the ratios. Next page, page 7 of 10. On density, lot area is changing the title a little bit because it allows for some other changes in it. The title has been changed. Density, lot area, and setback requirements of the MXD district. Currently is drafted as a maximum of 8 dwelling units per total gross acreage shall be permitted. That is being changed. One of the several changes are now it will be reduced to a maximum of 7 dwelling units per total net developable acre shall be permitted instead of gross developable or gross acreage. It sets the requirement of a maximum number of attached townhomes at no more than 5 dwelling units may be attached to any one townhouse group. This is also in the current regulations for townhouse development, so there's no change or anything new being added to town code related to townhouses. They would just be required to, any MXD development that comes into town would be required to follow basically current code related to townhouses. It sets lot sizes, width, and yards. The minimum lot size, lot width, and yard areas shall be allowed for the following. I believe I just lifted this from current zones in different areas, this wording on H3. It sets basically the following chart under 4 has just set a minimum lot sizes related to single-family, semi-detached townhomes, townhouses, and units, and things of that nature. This is already in current code for R5 and R7, so it's nothing new. We are already following it. Many developments that have come in already have to follow it, and it does not restrict any type of, I want to say, development options or how they can plan. It just makes sure that we have minimum standards for lot areas related to various types of housing, which no matter if anybody does it, comes in, there's a uniform standard. Currently, as drafted, each applicant for a mixed use can have different standards related to lot areas and sizes, so this just creates uniformity with existing code and for future developments within town. The following pages are just examples of drawings of it. Page 9 of 10 is the I believe the remaining changes. Let me just make sure that, yes, the remaining changes. Some of the changes were just bringing some wording up from section L that was totally, L and L1 that was totally crossed out. This creates setbacks and buffer requirements. The new buffer requirement that is put in here is mainly related to an extra 20-foot shall be awarded to an edge of a right-of-way to any property line that buffers or goes up against a state highway. This extra 20 feet shall be placed in forest conservation. This is done so that if state highway comes in and wants to widen the road, we have made sure that there's enough distance for whatever plans that they have done. If they don't, there's extra forest conservation on the land that allows for a buffer between a major highway and any type of residential development up against it. Just so I can finish the question, I think that's it for the changes. I is the same wording that is currently in the code along Center Street and stuff, so there was no changes. I think it was just there because it got moved around, brought up from L1. So that was the changes for that. So I think, any questions from the commission related to the changes? No, go ahead, right?
Go ahead, Brad.
Jumping back a couple of pages as I got lost in the.
No problem.
The fact you didn't take a breath the entire time.
Well, if I allow a breath and people start think I'm done, Brian.
Okay, okay.
No problem. What you got?
The letter F,
On page?
my pages aren't numbered.
Oh, they're not?
They are at the
Bottom
bottom.
left.
At the bottom?
Oh, 6.
Oh,
6.
okay, thank you. They should, I would
So,
hope so.
letter F.
Hold on.
1,
Okay,
required land use, residential, non-residential land use mix shall represent a ratio of no greater than 75% and no less than 25% non-residential. And no less than 25% residential and no greater than 75% non-residential of the total net developable acreage of the project. You scratch gross.
Yes.
Put net in there.
Yes.
So we're talking about setbacks for the highway administration, forest conservation, all these things. Is that the net area is calculated after those easements are agreed on and?
the net area is following the standard definition that's in our current code. I did not want to create a new net developable thing, and it's like it's in current code section 98-23 under required open space. The definition of net developable acreage is the result of subtracting the environmental resource area and any recreational area dedicated to accordance within section 98-23 of chapter. So I would say the interpretations would be yes, the net developable acreage takes out any open space dedicated, unusable space, the current practice that the town follows for calculating.
So the unusable space is not considered open space?
I think there are some certain restrictions on, I want to say, slope steepness and wetlands and things of that nature.
Okay.
Open space
Yeah.
does not mean land
Considered unbuildable.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's whatever we currently, the process we currently follow is I anticipate we would currently follow for that.
Other things.
So as I said, first thing, going through this, it's mainly, one of the reasons doing this is so if any other development, there's uniform standards for development under the MXD, because currently, everything can change depending on the applicant. Applicant get, one development can be one way, another development can be another way for lot sizes and everything else. I think one of the things that makes that matter is there's some uniformity amongst basic lot sizes and things of that nature. So I think it's a good idea to put that into this portion of a new zone that wasn't previously included.
Okay. Well, it just said gross and you crashed gross.
Yeah.
So it was included initially in the.
Was gross.
Product that was already.
Well, gross is, the way the gross is calculated, it's the whole thing. So what the documents that I've been reading regarding gross and net, you should always use net related to development and things of development, because gross kind of gives, can't think of base, but it's like phantom acreage and stuff, because almost can allow a larger development to happen than the land can handle. Because it's calculating for, as you said, the unbuildable land that wouldn't be able to have houses on it or building. Well, gross allows that, but in reality, if it's net, those houses are not allowed to be built. And so I'm just trying to find, again, uniformity that everybody else would have to follow when building a development.
In the MXD.
In the MXD, yes.
But not like subdivision or anything, is it the same for that?
What do you mean by subdivision?
I mean, in the MXD, I got it. I'm good.
Okay, yeah.
I'm fine.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
First off, just a comment. I think the 25% versus the 10%
Yes.
is actually looking at what we have as required open space percentages for our strictly residential zoned areas. And looking at those percentages, I think 25% is a reasonable requirement for the residential portion of the mixed-use zoning. So I'll register, a positive sentiment toward the 25%. I do ask that as we look through the text, I notice that there is going, as a good segue, Brian, the changes from total gross acreage to some areas where we address it as total net developable acreage. And so there's a mix in here. And so the first instance of that, if we look on page 2, Bowlegs 2, Bowlegs C, I'm sorry, parenthesis G2C. That's a military amendment.
Yeah,
Bowlegs.
we got it.
Okay. Notice where, right after the suggested 25% edit, it says of the total gross acreage. Should that be rewritten, Carl, to say of the total net developable acreage? To be consistent with your other changes?
Open space requirement. No, because that actually could potentially allow for more open space. If you went for net developable acreage, it would allow for less open space of 25%. Gross acreage is the whole property acreage. So it would be, it's the same
I
thing.
think what my conundrum is. with-
Yeah,
It's
well, the net
confusing.
developable and gross acreage, I mean, I believe,
I'm on your bus now.
yeah. Well, gross developable acreage is the whole chunk of property, minus nothing.
Correct.
Okay, so that allows for more open space when you're calculating it.
Yeah, it's not gross developable.
Or acreage is gross acreage, and if you follow through the other areas of the code, it's written the same way as gross acreage or net developable acreage. So I did not change any of that. I was picking from the existing definitions, existing wording language.
The larger
But-
open space.
Yes.
Okay.
But shouldn't it be consistent? I mean, if you're going to say it one way, say it the same way all through the entire ordinance and not change it. I mean, it's confusing to me to have it this way.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, if you look on page 3, preceding the change of 10 to 25, we're talking right after Table 1, Bowlegs
Yeah.
1, Carl.
Right.
The
Total
The
gross.
description above it is percentage of net developable
developable,
acreage.
and
But
then
then down below, we talk about
says
MXD
gross.
now,
Hold on.
and we change it to
Gross.
gross, you see.
See, yeah, but I didn't change that one.
No, but up here, reference of these.
Oh, I got you, okay. I got you.
We're trying to keep it apples to apples.
Yeah, no, I got you now. Yeah, do you have any? No, I know what you're saying now. But it's leftover wording from way back when in the chart, so.
You want
Yeah.
that removed,
We
the
want,
chart.
yeah, but we want everything, I mean, we're trying to get everything consistent, and that's not helping.
Yeah, no.
This isn't helping.
No, I know what you mean. The chart was left over from way back from previous code text.
Yeah, so we had the chart, and then the MXD ordinance was done. And from memory, and I believe from the text here, the decision was made to require open space under Chapter 98 based on the gross acreage, not on net developable acreage, as some other mainly residential zones required. Not remembering why that is, somebody can ferret out those minutes and tell me why. I don't remember why. Then, on the APFO side, the determination was made that if an MXD property provided the minimum it was required to provide under Chapter 98, then it could qualify, if the Planning Commission so chose, for a waiver of the APFO. That is to say, that part of the code that says, even though you meet the code, you can't go forward with your development during a period of inadequacy. So that's how the code was with respect to MXD and open space. It was 10% gross, 10% growth under both the APFO and the Chapter 98 -23. You know, where you go from there is up to you and ultimately the town council.
I mean, the best thing I can say, if I don't have it right in front of me to look through it, but I believe the net developer acreage, all these percentages are under, if you read the exact code for R7, has net developable acreage in it. So when this chart was created, mixed use was not in existence. So that's why I believe the net developable acreage is there. As Tom just explained, say number one started way back in whatever, 2013, whenever the commission first discussing MXD. So why it came up to be gross, as Tom said, the reasoning behind it is not clear right now, but I believe it was just related to allowing for potential for more open space, because I believe the commercial normally does not require an open space. So maybe maybe the commission here was trying to, I want to say, not negate that, but allow a portion of open space related to commercial.
I haven't reviewed my notes from
Yeah.
way back then, but I can tell you there was some discussion, which Ron might remember, that had to do with, usually you don't have to have open space in commercials. So it was sort of this compromise that we're going to do 10%, but I don't recall us all really thinking that was great. But the issue for me with that is that if you have a, you can have 75% residential and only 25 commercial, and then you're actually getting less open space if you just have 10% across the board. So that was always kind of an issue that wasn't really resolved. So this would help with that.
Yes.
But it still makes what we're looking at here, and we keep talking about, there's so many inconsistencies in our ordinances. This is very it's inconsistent even within the ordinance.
They would take that chart out, or at least.
I would take that chart out. I mean,
Okay. All right, yeah, no, I was just used, it's a copy of existing code, so no, that's fine.
I mean,
I
you
think it was-
know that the net developable, I can't say it, I can't
Yeah.
talk anymore. Developable acreage. So you think about Green Tree, right?
Yeah.
And back when we were talking about Green Tree, and they wanted to use, I don't know, X area as the open space, and they got a lot of pushback, right? Because there's that big non-usable wetland area. And they said, well, you can't use that because you can't develop it, right? So that would be part of gross, the gross acreage, but it's not part of the net developable acreage because it can't be developed. So that's like one distinction. Now, as far as why there's different usages, Barney's going to tell us. Thank you.
Going back to MXD, when you were developing that, it was actually, there's a lot of moving parts when you're trying to calculate the amount of, if you have 100 acres, 25% is 25 acres, right? So it's very, very simple. Net developable, you have to subtract out the roads, you have to subtract out the stormwater management. And as each part changes, as you're going through the development, now your amount of open space required keeps changing. Right. So it was actually the developer, the previous developer, that suggested that we just keep it as a gross, keep it simple, easy. And it might have been the engineer or the developer, but that suggested make it simple, just make it based on gross.
Which is always a greater open space.
Which is always going to be the greater open space. So it's a benefit to the town, but it's easier to calculate.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so then you want to make it all gross
versus net.
As it's written.
Well, it's not written that way.
It's written that way everywhere.
Some places
Hold on,
and net
wait a minute,
developable in
let's
other
go
places.
by under, for the open space, we can leave it as gross. So number 2 deals with open space adjustment, so leave it at gross 2, because it's easy, as you said, it's easier to calculate. So when it relates to open space calculations, I would say we can leave it at gross acreage, because it's more beneficial for the town. When we're trying to calculate the density of housing, I would say net, leave anything that deals with the density of housing as net developable acreage, because by that time we should know roughly what the stormwater management is, the open space is, and as I said earlier, everything I'm reading related to when you calculate density, you should use net developable versus gross.
I agree with that.
Yeah, so that's how it should remain, is anything related to open space calculations is gross. Anything related to density calculations should remain net developable. And that kind of goes along with existing wording in code for the various zones.
Carl, can I just ask a question?
yeah, Martin,
Can
yeah.
we add, so we have under.
Hold on, sorry, what page?
Page 5 of 10.
Hold on, okay, let me get there.
I know we're talking about net and gross, but before
Okay,
I
no
forget to
problem.
ask, I just want to ask if.
Oh, no, 5 of 10, okay, I didn't make any
So-
changes there, okay. What was that?
So under L, you have health services, medical, dental, optical offices. Because the town's needs will change, I'm just thinking further along down the road.
Oh,
we
yeah,
might need to add in a trauma center at some point. Can we just put it in there so it's in there versus adding it later?
I don't have a problem with that.
Is that okay?
I just want to make sure, well, no, I mean, if it's adding something, I would classify that, what do they say in the state? That's a friendly addition or amendment, so I don't have a problem with that. But health services, okay, so it's like health services such as medical, dental, optical office, or trauma center, just showing as an example what a medical service would be, correct? Okay, yeah.
I like the idea of the trauma center, but I want to make sure before we put it in there, what the requirements of a trauma center are to be in this mixed-use development.
Okay.
I mean, is it possible to even put it in there?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, a trauma center goes into either a commercial or an industrial area, because they possibly have to have a helicopter or whatever, and you're not going to be able to have a helipad in something close like this. But I do agree, we need something like that. I think we need to just research that a little bit as to where that really fits.
And that can be changed, as you indicated earlier, it can be
Correct, we
added
can
a
add it
little bit
later.
later.
Yeah.
Or it can even fall under, I mean, if it's a health-related service and activity, so it could be, classified as a health service if the requirements for a trauma center can be just like ambulatory, people being dropped off, or something of that
Yeah, I'm just
nature too.
thinking as, down the road,
Oh,
as
yeah.
everybody's getting older, there's more people coming around the town, they're going to use all the highways,
Yeah,
more accidents.
no, I totally,
Yeah, but of course, what's his face? What's his
Yeah.
name down at Shock Trauma? He wants everybody to go there.
yeah. Crowley, I think, no, not Crowley, but no, I know who you mean.
Scalia.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
He's the head of Shock
So Carl, my biggest issue with the 25% open space, the net developable, is if it means the difference of having a soccer and baseball field and also having a recreational center with a basketball court inside of it. Like if there's an exception given, if we have to limit open space a little bit, or if there's, for a recreational center.
Yeah,
So to
depending.
speak, like a place to have the youth sports go to, other than Pars Ridge or.
Yeah, so,
Conway
okay,
Elementary that are already.
sorry, Brian, say that again?
So in your 25% formula, is there a way to grant an exception for a recreational center?
I think that can be classified.
That would limit that 25% open space? I know the town loves open space, I do as well. But if there's an issue with having a rec center for the town,
No, I know what you're saying.
and having baseball and soccer fields.
No, I know what you mean. How would we,
Well, D is special exceptions, and then they have like clubs, fraternal organizations. Could we add in rec center?
Well, it's on here.
Oh,
It's already
It's
on here.
recreational.
I'm at the
He wants
25%.
the space to be able to be used
Just in
instead of for
case.
open space.
Yes.
Oh, I slow space, that's recreation.
Well,
Closed space, but it takes open space.
well, you got to remember the 25% is minimum. So we can add, they can classify another acre, if they need another acre for a field, they can do that to compensate for taking away the open space for the, I want to say, the brick and mortar recreational area. So that said, the 25% is a minimum amount. So we can compensate and negotiate or collaborative effort with any developer that comes down the pike under this zone. No, fair question. We don't want to be
Because
limited.
there's the timeline. of this whole, since 2020.
Yeah.
It's been dealt with over and over again.
Yeah, but,
It's,
but I understand the timeline, but is it saying this was a brand-new zone we were dealing with, and it has to be tweaked over time, and to see what works and what doesn't work? And upon looking at other locations and stuff, I think the amendments and the changes here benefits the town in the long run for any further development that comes down the pike under this zone. Because I'm thinking of, I mean, currently what we're discussing, a 256-acre parcel just north of town, some other parcels of town that could like 50, 60 acres, or smaller parcels. So I'm trying to look at the future of this zone in the long term, more so than just in a singular parcel of land.
Nicole?
I would say there. No, the table,
Just
that
have,
might.
we're having an issue with that mic. Make sure the green light's on.
It is.
Okay.
You all know me, Nicole Moon, 405 Woody Knoll. The one thing that's not in that lovely packet that was put together regarding the MXD zoning, how it was created, were the closed meetings that were, well, not closed meetings, they were meetings that happened with the developer looking at the Beck property in specific regarding making it MXD. And in these meetings, the residents were not aware that they were meeting and discussing and emailing back and forth on how this code should be worded. So that is why I have been pushing and pushing that we change this code to benefit the town of Mount Airy more. It's pretty evident that the residents are not happy with it. Now, I know you had the public hearing. I know you went through the process, and I know it wasn't easy. I'm not saying you didn't work hard. I do appreciate all that you do, your volunteers. But this was 2020. The whole world went upside down. Nobody was paying attention to town hall. No one. Nobody was watching the Zoom meetings. We were all totally frazzled. Parents were home with kids 24/7. I mean, come on, like nobody even knew this happened until the Beck property went up. And everyone's like, wait, what? What happened? This happened in our town? So I urge you to please, the least we can do is modify it to benefit Mount Airy more, because it's already technically an unconstitutional zoning of this Beck property. And I know we're not discussing Beck right now, but when this was written, it was with the Beck developer. And there's proof of that in emails back and forth between council members, between the Kaz brothers. And he, in particular, wanted to change. Yes, he did want to change the first to gross acreage, but he did not want 25%. He wanted 10. And he also wanted everything else to be gross because he wanted to put more houses on it. And that is in an email. I have it. I mean, I don't have it with me today. I can send it to you. Or you can ask for it. It's a PIA request. We have these emails. So basically, I urge you to please at least consider this for a favorable recommendation. I think Councilmember Munder has worked really hard to try to make this right, to try to help the residents see the light on it. I don't think MXD is this horrific thing for this town, but it has to be harmonious with the town. And as it's written today, it is not harmonious with the town. It is written so that it can benefit the developer, that they can put the most houses they can on a piece of property. And that is not what we want. We want more open space. We want a rec center. We want these things out of it. There's one other thing. Well, you were discussing about the net and the gross. The fact that it's net developable acreage when it comes to building, when it comes to putting townhouses, the density, that should stay in the way that Councilmember Munder wrote it. I know it can seem a little conflicting. You have gross here and net here, but you're doing that to benefit the town. And that's what we need to look at, is what is going to benefit Mount Airy the most, because we're not here to benefit the Beck family. We're not here to benefit the developers. We need what the town needs, and what the town needs is the most open space and the least amount of density. We can still have MXD. We could still have commercial space, walkability, but we can't just shove as many houses as we can with limited open space. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Come on over. Comments? Oh, you have to sit down.
Sorry.
Fair treatment, Clark.
I'd rather sit anyway, thank you. Clark Wagner with Pleasance Development. I don't know if you have my letter in front of you. I just wanted to read that into the record. Writing with regard to ordinance 2023-1, which you know is the second attempt at changing the MXD zone since a pre-concept sketch plan was submitted for the Beck property. Since this second ordinance was introduced, I decided to go back through the video archives and watch the entire process that occurred in 2020 when the Planning Commission and the Town Council created the MXD zone. I attached a summary of the 9 different meetings covering more than 8 hours of public discussion. This obviously does not include the hours of work done individually by members of staff, the town attorney, the Planning Commission, and the Town Council on their own. The commission and the town council should be commended on their thoughtful deliberation and hard work creating this important zone. It's unfortunate that some members of the town council who worked so hard on this effort are now attempting to unwind what was accomplished. We, as the developer of the Beck property, find ourselves struggling to work through the review process on the pre-concept sketch plan while at the same time having to respond to these ordinance revisions that will have a deleterious effect on our project. We agreed to move backwards in the process and hold a new charrette on our plan, and subsequently, which was discussed earlier tonight, to hold another multi-day charrette. It seems that our willingness to work on a more collaborative process is being undermined with the continued effort to change the laws of the town in ways that will harm our project's success. It would be fair to all, since the new proposed MXD modification is very similar to the previous one, which the Planning Commission unanimously rejected, that it too should be rejected without further review. If this is not possible, we request any new ordinance affecting our project be held in abeyance until our pre-concept sketch plan is approved by the Town Council. I wanted to highlight a couple of things on the summary document that I produced. And there was, everything you guys are talking about tonight was deliberated hours back in 2020. And I think that some of the quotes when the ordinance was adopted on August 3rd should be heard. All the quote, all the work, it's a very well-written ordinance right now. I thank Tom for sticking with it and for the Planning Commission sticking with it. That was Councilmember Munder's statement. He probably remembers that. Mr. Poirier, no further comments. And I would like to thank the Planning Commission for working on the MXD ordinance. We really appreciate the time and the effort put forth. Thank you very much. Councilmember Washabaugh, I too would like to thank the Planning Commission, and I think we have developed some really good things in this zone as far as the Town Council and the Planning Commission working together. I do like a lot of the changes that have been put into here, and I want to thank everybody, especially Tom, for listening to all the changes and getting them into the zone, and it makes sense. So thank you very much. And Councilmember Hushhour, who's now mayor, once again, thanks to the Planning Commission, and thank you, Tom. Thank you, Carl, for going through this with a fine-tooth comb. It kind of led me page by page to ask some really good questions along the way. I do think there's a lot of safety in here, allowing for public input and having Planning Commission and Town Council work together to ensure that we're not passing something that's detrimental to the town, end quote. So I know not all the members of the commission were there through that process, but I think the members that are still here know how much time you all spent, considerable amount of time. And I think it's only fair if you let our plan go forward with the multi-step review process that we've planned out, rather than change the rules in the middle of the game. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
That's it.
I know he's saying that, all these quotes from council member and planning commission members, but however, that does not have any quotes from the town residents. And at the end of the day, it's great that everybody came up with this collaborative effort, but like I said, it was 2020. You had very limited town residents who even knew what was happening, let alone had time and energy to put in their public comments and to say how they really felt about it. Because if I would have known in 2020, I would have been right here. But I was a little busy with my kids out, at home. So that's all I have to say, that you just
Thank you.
remember that's
Thank you.
what we're here for.
Hi, Sean Kelly again. So I have questions. So the timeline provided by Mr. Wagner is incomplete. There's been a lot that has happened since 2020 with MXD.
There's been more that happened before than 2020. This started in 2013.
Let him talk.
I'm sorry.
That wasn't my
Let
question.
him talk first.
So, Councilman Munder, what was the open space requirement before it was changed in November of 21?
Excuse me, to the change, it was 10% minimum. Is that what you're?
But in 2021, there was a change to the ordinance in November, the night before the election.
That's a different, sorry, that was a different ordinance. Okay, you threw me there. Unfortunately, I did not study up on that ordinance to answer that question tonight, Mr. Kelly. So I apologize for that.
Okay, it seemed like you might be trying to sort of reset that was set in motion.
Yeah, it was, okay, there was two ordinances, if I remember correctly, don't quote me on it that much. It was two ordinances done the night before the election, or the month before the election, the night before the election. Was one ordinance, it might have been the month before the election, that applied the MXD zoning to the Beck property. The following ordinance was to allow to apply the 10% requirement of open space to the MXD or the Beck
So
property.
Thank you. It was the application of the 10%.
Yeah, Tom might be able to.
It was the ordinance that put into the APFO an eligibility
Okay.
threshold of 10% to get a waiver if the planning commission so chose.
Right, okay, so it was the waiver.
The waiver, yeah, it's, as I said, I didn't study that one. Because I wasn't expecting to discuss that one.
Yeah, I want to point out that that waiver was, again, voted on.
Okay, all right, okay, prior to the waiver, they would probably more than likely have to be required to follow the current application of 3 acres per 100 people.
Right.
If I understand that. Tom would probably correct me if I'm incorrect. Hold on, I want to make sure it's right, Sean, sorry about that.
Just so everybody has the chronology.
Yeah.
So we had the APFO, okay, that did not address MXD at all because we didn't have an MXD zone. When the APFO was somewhere around 2019, 2018-ish, amended to accommodate the DTZ, it was originally proposed that it would also accommodate or define what made an MXD property eligible. But the MXD was stricken out, I believe, because we didn't yet have an MXD zone. It was in the process, but not yet enacted. So then in 2020, after the MXD zone was enacted, then came, on the election night, the APFO that brought the concept of an MXD.
I just want to add one thing, is that the Planning Commission did not intend ever for MXD to have the same waiver as downtown zone, which was another reason that we took it out. Not just because it hadn't passed yet, but we did not ever intend to have that limited open space for the MXD.
Yeah, I'll have to go back, but I believe actually when it was originally drafted, MXD did have a different one. It's just that it was being bootstrapped into
the DTZ.
Yeah, and we said no,
People said no.
because we did not want that.
Okay. So, want to get that out there,
Yeah.
that open space requirement, was put in one night and signed basically the same night by the acting mayor.
Yeah.
A lot of us are not okay with that. So it seems, Councilman Muddy, you're trying to sort of reset things and correct that, so we thank you for that. The last question, I would, Mr. Wagner, I guess, doesn't have to answer this, but I'd love to know when he changed his stance in the last 30 years, that he didn't want to see Mount Airy get too much high density. As a former citizen, a former planning commissioner, a lot of us would love to know when you changed your stance on that in the last 30 years.
Who were you asking?
Mr. Wagner.
The developer?
Mr. Wagner's on record 30 years ago, being a part of this body, saying he did not want to see too much high-density housing in Mount Airy, his home. So I wonder if we might be able to pinpoint that date. So, thank you.
Well, it's been 30 years, so it was a different Wagner.
There was an article in the Baltimore Sun from the early, was it 30 years ago? That's what he's referring to.
Okay.
He was quoted in a Baltimore Sun article in the Carroll County with kind of what they said about early 90s or something.
But did not
It
want.
was not Clark Wagner, it was,
It was
oh, it
Clark,
was
Clark Wagner, yes.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to see it grow too rapidly. I don't want too much housing density. Most of the people work outside the town.
All right.
Cecily.
Cecily Bedwell, Design Collective. I just wanted to make a few statements about the suggested changes. Once a plan is submitted, which this has been, it should proceed under the current approved ordinance and process. Any changes or amendments that should apply only to future development that's already come in. These are typical rules that we abide by when we talk about zoning, because there are property rights in the United States. The property is not owned by the town, it's owned by the Beck family, and it's under a letter of contract. So that is already in process. The game is afoot, if you would say that. It would be akin to changing the rules of a game once the game has started. I do think, there is a time and a place to change ordinances. Usually it's after they've been tested. You might see things that you would like to revise based on, a first case submitted. But you typically don't see ordinances changed while there is a submitted plan. Those are date stamped and submitted and proceed under the current ordinance as it is. And that is how the typical process works. And I would even put forth that, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an attorney, but there is a strong precedent for takings cases when there is something like that that happens, because at that point, when things are under contract and there is a process in place to increase, double fold the amount of open space is a taking. You're taking away the right of the developer, of the property owner, to develop. And by doubling the open space requirement, you're asking for twice of what was approved. And, and then usually there's long litigation history about that. So, just make that as a statement. And furthermore, I will say that, to your point, the MXD was in process for a long time before 2020. I will say, as the consultant who was contracted for the 2018 effort, we recommended 8% open space for the MXD zoning based on our history as planners working with MXD zones. That was our recommendation. It was increased to 10%, so that was already an increase over the recommendation we made to the town as our client for this type of development, because we've studied many MXD zones, and the character that you were envisioning We suggested that as an appropriate response. So it should not be like the typical residential that you see throughout the town. It should be different. It is a different zone. It is an MXD zone. And when we look at open space, it should be, small neighborhood greens, plazas, open spaces. Typically, we would advise against large ball fields, recreational large facilities within a small MXD zone because it's counter to the walkability. It's counter to that. You also had a park right next door. You had other facilities in play. So I would just say that, and just one other point, the pattern book was put in place to set standards, including lot standards. So there is a mechanism for recording that, and that was put in place to do that. An example would be Greenlee in Baltimore County, where we were required to write a pattern book and record the lot standards for that development based on the ordinance that was in place, and did so, and that was approved. And that will be approved as part of this process. There is a requirement for a pattern book. So I wouldn't say that there isn't a mechanism, that it was the mechanism that was written into the ordinance for that. So I think that's...
Thank you.
Madam Chair? I know it's getting late and we have something that some people have come here for another thing. So, Tom, I'm going to call on you for a couple of things here, unfortunately. I was trying not to, but try and keep you out of it. What type of vested right state is Maryland? I think we've covered this many, many times before, right? Which I've learned at MML, and let me just say, what I've learned at MML from planning classes and everything else is that Maryland is a late vesting state. So therefore, if I'm understanding right, and I believe the teachers at MML are very good because they're from Maryland Department of Planning and everything else, and it was a topic of, I think, the summer class this year. And they made a point, and I called on it, and they said, no, Maryland is definitely a late vested state, which basically means developers have very little rights until shovel hits dirt for the most part. So vested rights wins, I believe, right here, right now. Second, I believe that due to you agreeing that to reset the process, for this, I'm not saying this is for the back, I'm saying this is for the whole zone of MXD. So you agreeing to it, there is no approved plan, there's nothing. There is a drawing, basically, that's been revised 1, 2, with probably on the third or fourth iteration for this proposed development. So it's changing. You've agreed to hold charrettes. So I'm hoping that there will be changes to this plan after we go through the charrette. So if this is passed, you just incorporate the changes that meets the current code into your plan that I think you agreed to submit it at a later date, our revised plans. So that, and I think there was one other one I can't remember right now, something to that, but now that's, the open space here. You say we double it, but I believe your latest iteration is 24.5%. So not being able to meet a 25% is laughable, in my opinion, and everything else. So this whole thing is kind of, according to the plan that you're submitting and have kind of agreed to change, would probably fall in or fit within these changes that are being proposed here. So, Ron, sorry, not tonight. So basically, it would fit. So, and it's for the whole zone. So, and also the last and one thing I want to say here is, just by us agreeing to something earlier with this planning commission agreeing does not forfeit any right of an elected body or a commission to change their mind at a later date to adjust something, and we have seen it been applied. It's called MXUCC. Very similar, very rich and similar. We saw this applied. We're not happy with the way it was applied to that property. We did approve something on that property, but it's time to change this zone to something that will allow, that puts the town more beneficial development to the town. And I see it as, it changes nothing. It still allows you to design as you want, sets minimum lot standards. The last meeting at the charrette, you indicated Brunswick Crossing, model development for this developer. I looked up their code, Brunswick. They have minimum lot standards in Brunswick Crossing that are smaller than this, and you made it work. So there should be no reason why you can't make anything that is proposed in this ordinance work for you. That's it. So we can either decide or vote on it now, because there are citizens here to talk about the next thing on the agenda. That is that.
May I be heard?
Yes, sir.
I can. I was.
My advice to the client is attorney-client
Privilege.
privilege. And if a full body that I represent authorizes me to say something and disclose something that otherwise would be privileged, I will do that. But
Sorry, Tom. That's what.
giving legal advice to my client in public.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to avoid. Thank you, Tom.
Good evening. My name is Dave Bowersox, 24 North Court Street, Westminster, Maryland. I am the representative of the Beck family. I'm still the representative of the Beck family. I have been the representative of the Beck family in exploring the possibilities for MXD for probably 8 years now. And I never realized that our actions were perceived as being so clandestine for so long by so many. I'm here to ask you to not recommend this second attempt, the second bite at the same rotten apple, to go forward. This ordinance is a transparent effort to emasculate the soul of the MXD ordinance. Now, a couple of things, and I'm going to start off with this. You've just heard Mr. Munder make it clear that he believes the Becks don't have any rights, but that the certain individuals, some of whom may actually be residents of your town, have greater rights to request that you control what happens in midstream to the Beck's property. Let's face it. You know, we're talking about the MXD ordinance. This is a targeted proposal. With respect to late vesting, Maryland is a late vesting state. That's why 20 years ago, the General Assembly adopted the Development Rights Responsibilities Act to encourage local governments to enter into agreements with projects that would be multi-phased, have different infrastructure needs and components happening at different times. So that was the way that was redressed by specific legislative action. The other thing that wasn't mentioned to you, and I'm not going to put you on the spot, Mr. McCarron, most of the time when statutory and ordinance enactments are made, they're made prospectively. In other words, they generally do not apply to a matter in being unless it specifically says it's intended to apply retroactively. We're here again making the same argument about fairness. Has anybody pointed out to you any NXD project in your town that's been developed pursuant to the existing code that has shown the kind of flaws requiring the ordinance to be rewritten as has been proposed now for the second time? None? We heard earlier during a discussion about the charrettes. What's the hurry? What's the hurry? Let's wait till December. Where's the fire? You've got to be consistent. I want to address some specifics. I'm aware of Mr. Wagner's summary. There were a number, 9 separate proceedings before the council, before this commission in 2020. They weren't hidden. They were all noticed, public notice, published, open to whomever wanted to come. I don't remember anybody being turned away. Some of them were virtual, of necessity. I don't mind saying this publicly. I participated in some of them while I was recuperating from a stroke. I found the way to be present. I have a family, but it's important. The fact that somebody did not take advantage of the opportunity when the opportunity was there is not the basis for you to rewrite the rules in the middle of the game. I want to address a couple of the specifics. This is a very general observation. If you look at Mr. Wagner's summary, it's kind of a good playbook if you want to review those proceedings he's talking about, because certain things were discussed, such as what are embraced in this 223-1 during the course of those meetings expressly. There was no MXD zone at the time when we were looking at the existing APFOs and existing methods of computing density. What was different about the MXD is there's supposed to be a flexible approach to a mixed use, a mix of commercial and residential, incorporating a variety of residential styles. Because you didn't have an open space requirement for commercial, and you did for residential, and there was a potential mix of the proportions of those uses that may ultimately wind up in the MXD project, all subject to planning, commission, and APFO approval, that we couldn't approach the APFO and specifically open space requirements the same way we did. And so that's why we used gross project area and came up with a number. Is that number a divinely revealed number? No. But as Ms. Bedwell indicated, it's a higher number than the town's own contractor recommended that you have in an MXD zone. Now, it was calculated on gross. Now, the number went up from 10 to 25 in 223-1. But it's not 25 of the gross, it's 25 of the net developable area. So you start with a smaller pie, and then you take a bigger chunk out of it. In terms of density, the density is now net developable acreage. You've seen the changes for those measures were done from gross. The one thing I will do, I'll echo what Ms. Bedwell said about the pattern book. There's efforts in this ordinance to create a cookie cutter Euclidean type, and I'm I'm sorry to use those terms, but a traditional residential type model of development as part of an MXD zone. The two are antithetical. That's why, and you'll see it if you look through the summary, that's why you'll see the discussion happened and how we resulted with the provisions 2 or 3 pages in your code for a pattern book. And how the pattern book setbacks were to be part of a pattern book. A pattern book is something where you have a proposed area for residential. You come in and basically you try to tailor it to make sense for that parcel that's there. You may have some setbacks that are different than others, but if they make sense, according to the Planning Commission, they can be done. That's why it's to be made part of the pattern book.
Can you kind of wrap it up, Dave?
I can. And I apologize for being long-winded. I've sat in here for months now, hearing that my clients, the owners of this property, have rights that are maybe fractional to non-town residents who all of a sudden decided they saw a plan and they didn't like what they see, and they found a champion or two.
Please give him the respect.
The Beck family has been paying town taxes for 70 years on this land. They have not taken virtually anything from the town in public services. This is blatantly unfair. If we're all about fairness and a level playing field, show us. We were here earlier, willingly, talking to you about another charrette. And we turn around and we have this ordinance thrown in our face. It's not fair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I need to, not to get in discussion. First off,
No, we're going to
Okay.
vote. I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead.
It's 10:20. We
Yeah,
have-
okay, go
People
ahead.
have been sitting here waiting for something else.
gotcha.
And I'm also going to say that will you please bear with me, and can we stay a little longer and get this other thing taken care of? There are people. So at this point in time, I need to hear a motion on this.
Do we need to vote on this tonight? I wanna
Do we
go
need to
through
vote on this tonight?
I want to go through this.
Okay.
more closely.
90 days.
I move that we postpone any vote on this. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. We postpone the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Okay, thank you.
No, Ralph said nay.
Nay.
I'm sorry, 1 nay?
You couldn't hear any.
2.
2, okay.
3 nays.
You want to vote on it now?
Yeah.
Hold on.
I don't know how Martina voted.
All right.
I just said aye because I'm completely overwhelmed by all of the arguments and I'd like a little bit more time.
Okay.
If that sounds fair.
All right.
So I have to stop. Let me ask again, and you're going to show your hands this time. Those in favor of postponing the vote, please raise your hand.
Postponing.
Postpone.
Yes. I just need a little more time.
1, 2, 3. Those not in favor of postponing the vote, please raise your hand.
It's tiebreaker.
I know.
I thought you were alternate.
Council breaks the tie, Leslie.
Wait, why is it a tie? I thought you were an alternate.
No, he's not.
He votes tonight. Bill's not
Bill
here.
him.
Oh, Bill's not here, he votes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Come on, Leslie.
No, I didn't think we needed it.
All right, Carl.
I thought it was only if we didn't have a quorum.
No, we have a quorum.
No, I thought he only voted
Yeah.
if we didn't have a quorum. If there's an absent. Okay.
Absent, he votes.
So according to the rules and procedures, it is a tie. So our liaison breaks the tie.
Vote tonight.
You want to go ahead and vote tonight?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, boy.
Somebody want to make a motion?
I wanted to address one thing on here. I think the, on page 6E,
Hold on.
Yeah, sorry.
Six E?
yeah,
Okay.
the changes you made there on 4 don't match page 5.
Hold on.
Under,
Page 5.
Permitted
oh, the.
usage. Can you be a little bit more specific, Steve?
You added a business primarily sells tobacco products or cannabis for personal or recreational purposes.
Okay.
But on the page before, on V, you said retail sales and service without
Hold on, wait a
outdoor
minute, wait,
storage,
hold on.
with the exceptions of dispensaries, pawn shops, and vape shops. You just didn't update it to match.
Oh. Well, no, retail sales,
Yeah, those are permitted uses with the exception of dispensaries, pawn shops, and vape shops.
But then the next page, it goes into non-permitted uses.
Same,
with the exception of, so that's not allowed, right, Tom?
correct. Yeah,
I think it's consistent.
becomes repetitive, but it's consistent.
There's just, I don't have an adverse to this ordinance, but I want to get it right. There are so many holes and so many issues that we keep bringing up. We're going to be inconsistent again, trying to get this thing through, and we need the time to digest it so that we get it right. So is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion that we vote on the acceptance of draft amendments to ordinance number 2023-1 as written.
I would like to add one thing, that this does not affect what has already been done by the Beck property.
Tom, as Klein,
Let's not.
let's not go there and not make that statement.
All right.
Because there's various
Zoning
opinions.
ordinances are presumed retroactive.
All right. It's been moved that we approve,
That's not what he said.
You said it made a motion to vote,
I'm sorry,
not approve it or unapprove it.
I'm sorry. There's been a motion to vote on a recommendation for ordinance 2023. Is there a second?
I second the vote.
All right. All those in favor of voting for the motion?
Do you want to clarify?
It's up for recommendation by the planning commission to the town council.
Okay. So that's what the motion needs to say. Can we start over?
Yes, I'd like to amend the previous motion to now state that we vote on a favorable recommendation to the town council of draft amendment 2023-1.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded that we vote a favorable recommendation of ordinance 2023-1 to the town council. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, wait a minute. 1, who's up?
You're up.
1, 2.
To be 3, right?
He doesn't vote now.
No,
I was sorry, I was counting Ralph.
Just 1
no, Martina.
and Steve. She did not raise her hand.
Yes, she did.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out the solution here. I feel like there's too much happening, and I feel like we're under a lot of pressure
Okay, do you know what you're voting for right now?
to move it to the town council.
For recommendation.
Or
That's
a
it.
favorable recommendation. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with favorable. Dadgummit.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I just, like, I know we've been going back and
I'm going to
forth. but we've-
abstain, so that's an option.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, because I don't know what because there were a couple of things that we weren't sure of with the language, and then there were,
Well, it's a lot to.
You have to vote your, and you have to vote your conscience.
yeah, so I can't make up my mind, so I think I will abstain on this one, because it's really, there's too much.
Okay. So those that want a favorable recommendation to the council, please raise your hands. 2. Those asking for an unfavorable recommendation, please raise your hands. We have 2, and we have 2 abstentions.
I was an abstention. I'm just
Tie vote.
not ready to make a decision, I'm sorry. Sorry, Carl.
That
I
tie
need your
vote?
time, man.
Tie? Favorable record? It's a tie vote, so I would say,
It wasn't a tie.
what was that?
Thing
Got
happens.
a break, yeah.
It was 2 in favor,
2 abstained.
2 against, and 2 abstained.
Thing. So what is that?
It's a tie. So it goes to Carl.
It goes to you, Carl, man who wrote it.
Council breaks the vote. Favorable recommendation to the council. Aye.
Please make it known to the council there was a vote of 2 favorable, 2 abstentions, and 2 unfavorable.
That's a nice trick.
Roxanne.
Martina and Leslie. I'm so sorry. For this, I really appreciate those of you that are still here for this next, and we're supposed to do a hard stop at 10:30, but I'm not gonna do that because there are people that have been here for a long time. This is for lot 7A, the Cube Smarts. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Actually, Barney, if you can flip to page 12. Look at some exhibits here. Thank you. Ron Thompson, Van Mar Associates. With me tonight, Paul Ducal, LDG, as well as Mel Tillis and Gary Crumford back there in the audience.
They're the owners of the property.
Owners of the property. LDG are the owners of the property. The last meeting, there were a number, a while back, I think it was probably November, may have been the last meeting that you held on it. There were a number of issues that you all had raised that it did not proceed to a vote, and you asked that we take a look at it. And I'd like to go through the letter, particularly for public, putting it in that and comments there, but and it goes to some of the conditions. The final transfer, the ownership of the pond outside of in section pond number 4, the plat has been provided to the town. The stormwater easement or access easement has been provided to the town. The property has been cleaned up. We're done at this point in time and have satisfied that condition. Park Ridge Drive access was an issue that people were concerned coming out. In checking with the fire department, they required that to remain as an access. It is an emergency services only access that would be triggered by a sensor from an emergency vehicle. Therefore, people using the facility, workers or patrons, do not have access to that gate. So 0 traffic unless, God forbid, there is an emergency fire or whatever. And part of it is we're putting 2 fire hydrants on the site. And the fire department needed a second access in case there ever was a fire that they could pull into and hook onto a second hydrant. Evergreens along the shared driveway, we actually reduced building I so that we could retain the mature evergreens along the shared access driveway up in here. So all of those remain now, with the exception of where we cut in for the driveway. Landscaping, all of the landscaping now is Maryland native species. That's been switched over for both trees as well as bushes. And I would note, there was a comment before, and you'll see it in the next graphic, that this entire site is surrounded by industrial land. It does not border any of the residential land to the north. Landscaping along Building I, we've added a row of evergreens outside along the building so that it can be screened. And in addition, it also has a brick-type facade, so it's not traditional facade. Safety fencing was added to the property. It's shown in the grading and sediment control plan, but during construction, there is a safety fence that was asked for that would be installed so that there would be a separation of construction activities from people walking along the street. Ornamental fencing has been placed on the site on both frontages of Ridge Road, Park Ridge, and Park Ridge Drive. And in that ornamental fencing, black ornamental fencing, extends 200 feet into the site on each side before it changes over to black chain link fence. And that's against then industrial zone and wooded area, so it would not be seen. The pole sign has been removed from the plans, and we have a simple entrance sign that along Rising Ridge that is, actually, Barney, if you go back to about sheet 3, I think. It's 4 foot tall by, yeah, I think it's 48 inches
Yeah.
tall by, or the, yeah, go
It's
back
one-
2 more sheets forward, Barney,
Yeah, there you go.
right there. So it's their standard signage that they use. It's open underneath so that it can be landscaped. It's an entrance sign.
Hey, Ron, just a quick, are you expecting any type of lighting of the sign from
No.
the ground or anything?
No.
Okay.
Building lighting, I wanted to clarify some of my previous comments. CubeSmart logo is backlit with LED lighting, and all Building A lighting, including the second level lighting that you normally see, and you'll see it in a moment on the perspectives, does stay on at all time. However, I think it does dim during the evenings, but it's still within the industrial zone and will not be a light intrusion into the residential properties to the north.
If it's similar to what I've seen at the CubeSmart in Frederick, which I'm presuming it may be, it is dim, it's not as intrusive as the U-Haul lighting that you see on the other one up
Right.
in Frederick. So.
Yes. Construction phasing, LDG went back and took a look at it. We did talk about that the entire site will be graded and all of the utilities installed. And at a minimum, 2 buildings, Building A and Building I, will be constructed, but that construction will continue as a rolling construction. As the initial buildings are completed, the other buildings will be programmed for construction. The intent is not to have a lag or an unused site. And all work will be completed complying with the town code noise requirements. Now, Barney, if we could go to, I think there's a site plan or site map that I had called in there that you all had. Site exhibit. Thank you. One of the comments that, and maybe we can bring it up and enlarge it just a little bit, one of the items people asked about was that I can't envision what it will look like. I can't envision it being built out. So we did this, and the perspectives were done by the architect there to show you the entire site with the buildings. You can see the large concrete industrial sites to the north, and this all sits at a lower elevation than the adjacent sites. In fact, Building A, when constructed, will be 31 feet above grade. And that top of that building elevation will be 738. Make sure I don't poke Tom in the eye with a red light here, although I maybe will think about it. And that's actually only 2 feet higher than the adjacent parking lot here. So that entire site sits way higher than any of the development, and that's a 2-story building. And from there, it works its way down in elevation. And in fact, you're sitting somewhere around 40, 50 feet higher up here with wooded area separating this development. Now, Barney, I think if we can go to the perspectives. The architect I went out and took a bunch of pictures, and the architect matched those pictures to Google Maps. And I think can you rotate a couple times, Barney? Or one time there? There we go. If we can move up, because we've seen this one. The first one is Rising Ridge Road at the driveway, existing conditions, and then we move into the next one, which is looking at the facility itself. And the first building is a 2-story building. Building A elevations. Moving up to the next slide. These are all in your packet. At the railroad track, looking up at the site, you can see the adjacent industrial site sits much higher than the proposed development.
So the hill is like a protection of that?
Yes, the hill stays there on it. Next slide, Barney. Looking with the building somewhat at the railroad track, you can see the hill and the building, top of the building here in the perspective.
Yeah, see that, okay.
Next slide. Or Park Ridge Drive at the adjacent driveway. There, the shared driveway, existing conditions. Next slide, Barney. This would be at the approximate same location, looking at Building I, which has the facade, the stone facade, and all of the evergreen type trees planted along there. Next one. Another view looking the opposite direction from the railroad track towards the site. You can see the buildings, the adjacent buildings of the industrial buildings. And next one would be looking at Building I.
Hey, Ron, while I'm thinking about it on this one, is there going to be it looks like from the drawings there's a berm or something in front of Building I?
It's not a berm. It is our grading for the site to allow drainage to work.
Okay, so it would still be, the bottom of Building I would be at the top of that
Yes.
drainage hill?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next slide, Barney. Took a picture, went all the way up Park Ridge Drive by the residential home. Looking down the hill, that's the driveway. This is the property. And next picture. If you were standing there, you've got that forested area. That's the building with the evergreens along there. And then the next slide, which I believe is right at the shared driveway, that shows how much we've really cut back Building I in order to preserve the mature evergreens. We have a stormwater management inlet in this location that we needed to keep. And that's set back a little farther than what I had because of the natural bay dimensions that they use for number of units there, and as well as to keep it away so that any grading we had did not impact the existing evergreen trees. So with that, I'll pause for a moment for any questions you may have before I wrap it up.
Does anyone on the commission have any questions for us before I ask?
You want me to go ahead? Okay. So for the back gate, where it's going to be the fire ambulance, if needed, they will have the signal to get through the gate. It's wide enough for a fire truck to turn. It's wide enough for ambulances to get in there if needed.
It's wide enough for, was designed for a vehicle to go in and go out. So it's over 24 feet wide, so it's enough for it.
A big fire
And this was, the sensor was recommended by Doug Alexander, the fire department, that they not be given a code because people come and go, but put a sensor on that's activated by the siren. 3-second blast of the siren will open the gate for them.
Okay, and just to be clear, they've given their okay on it.
Yes, there is an email. I may have provided that, but from Doug Alexander in his review.
Okay.
Can I just have the same, I just have a follow-up. So I just want to be very clear so that all of the staff and the patrons will come in through the other gate, the Ridgeside Drive.
Correct.
Rising Ridge, sorry. And they can only exit through Park Ridge if there's an emergency.
Correct. There's only a keypad at that entrance. Nothing at this entrance. No detection, anything.
Okay, thanks.
Even if an emergency vehicle came in, I mean, they could hit their siren to lift the gate. Otherwise, they'd have to go out the front entrance.
Madam Chair. Staying with the gate on Park Ridge, I think we just want to make sure there's clarity. During the construction phasing, will that gate be accessed for construction vehicles?
Yes, all construction will have come via Rising Ridge Road.
In and out?
In and out, because we have a safety fence going up and around, blocking everything else down below.
So they shouldn't expect any construction vehicles
No.
down on that side of the plat? Thank you.
If somebody did, they're going to call the town, they're going to call me, and we'll go out and rectify that.
Okay. And again, just for clarity, I understand the entrance sign on Rising Ridge Road, but there is a sheet 13 that still shows a pylon sign, but we're understanding that pylon sign on sheet 13 is 25-foot high pylon is struck.
I think my copy has it struck.
Okay. Well,
Which one is she? Oh, it's the back.
Yeah.
14 of 14.
The staff report is clear that it's not.
Oh, you know what? I had a separate detail for a pylon sign that got taken out, and I didn't ask the architect to update.
Just the color rendering shows.
The color rendering did not.
But as long as we understand that that's gone, that's clarity. And I guess my last question is, maybe Barney, this is a question, it's not related to the concept plan approval, but it has to do with the fact that on both, Rising Ridge and Park Ridge, we have, I think the language is non-gated railroad crossings, okay? And so my question is, from a safety standpoint, again, not related to your design, but related to simple additional traffic on Rising Ridge for patrons that are going to take in CubeSmart. What is the traffic volume whereby now it is actually wise that we have gated crossings because of the...
I can probably answer that for you.
Okay.
That's an industrial siting. It's not a main line. It maybe gets a train a week with a couple cars.
Gotcha.
That bring in fertilizer for the Willard agricultural product. So it's basically on an agricultural, train comes, they almost stop at a siting because it's not a main line. They're barely moving.
Gotcha. So the additional business in that park shouldn't drive any issue with adding gates or that's...
No, you'd need an active line with a speed on an active line for that to occur for gates.
Fantastic. Okay, that's it, Madam Chair.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah.
Steve?
Question. Do you have, because we didn't get it, do you have a copy of that email from the fire department? And any pictures on the gate? We didn't get any graphics on the gate.
Pictures of the gate.
A graphic of the gate. There's a bunch of other that we got drawn up and everything, but, it's the plan, it's kind of hard to make out.
I think I provided the email to John.
Steve, just make sure, are you talking about the gate for the emergency?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, the emergency gate.
It's basically the same, except I think this one will be a swing gate, but it's a wrought iron gate. So the same material as the decorative fence there. If you went to the other storage facility, they have, although theirs is white, it's a movable gate. Wrought iron, decorative, ornamental fence gate.
Everybody's looking around, I'll ask the question here for you. You took care of or looked at all the other comments, but I believe there was an outstanding comment of the color of the brick. Instead of white, it should be brownish or darker in color. Are you still considering switching to a more dark, like the one in Frederick is the best way to describe it?
Well, that's the color that they have for all their buildings going in there, and it matches the color of Building A. So they've kept a uniform color through the site.
Okay, because, I mean, the one in Frederick is all brown and dark brown brick and things of that nature, so I don't think there's a universal color scheme for Cube Smart.
This one has dark gray accented with white
Yeah,
for
but I think
the building. And quite frankly, I left it the same because I've got such a heavy planting of trees there that it's going to be hidden within a couple of years. The trees grow about 1 foot a year to 2 feet per year, so that it won't be long and you're not going to see that, that building.
I just thought I would bring it up because it was mentioned, and I would like to, I mean, I don't know, unless it's another tie, I don't have, or abstention, or whatever you want to call it. I just think a brownish color, at least on the particular side facing the residential side, might look a little bit nicer for the residents back there. I'm not sure. The front one facing the industrial side, but I think the brown would go a little bit better with the nature of the residential aspect of the road. And it looks like the lighting on the building are downward facing.
They all comply with the town code, full cutoff.
Is it not, I know looks like you all right with that?
Yeah.
Okay. The two-story building has the lights up 20 foot. Would there be any security issue if they were lowered down to 10? I'm just wondering.
We're designed to not bleed off the site.
Okay.
So lighting has been matched to give safety on the site, and yet we're 0 at the property line, so.
I'm just asking.
So that's why, if I go down, then I probably have to add more lights.
Okay. That's what I thought. I just, sorry, I see you're coming in after Frederick opened. I drove by at night one night, and it was like, okay, the lights are low on the glass. The lighting for the site is very dim. I think Frederick's must have a different, Frederick in general must have a different lighting code because all the new lights are very dim, very low level. I saw that you're still doing the 3,000 or the soft white, but I was just expecting, hopefully that you could get it down.
Well, in one of it, there's less light on the 3,000 than if you look at the lights in Frederick of the white lights.
Okay.
So they're a lot brighter, so
Yeah.
they get dimmed down, where the brown, call it the 3,000K that the town likes, it requires more lights to provide that type of lighting.
I just thought I would bring it up again and ask. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Yes, sir. I'll say you have 3 minutes.
Good evening.
Keep it.
Brian Koblentz, 1105 Park Ridge Drive. I want the council to know I did some research, and according to the website, CubeSmart currently has 40 locations in Maryland. Of those 40 locations, 36 of them are in heavy industrial commercial areas with no residential areas nearby. I Googled every one of them, looked at Earth images, and like I said, only 4 of them are located near residential areas. 2 of them is at 300 East Pulaski Highway in Elkton, Maryland, which is Cecil County, and the other is at 11015 West Avenue in Kensington, which is in PG County. Those 2 have shared access roads with the CubeSmart. Other than that, there are no other CubeSmarts that share any type of areas near residential like this development does. So that's number 1. Number 2 is, we understand, Ron, that you said you curb back building I. I again ask, 1205 is set back that you can't see it. I again ask, why do we have to have building I? Getting rid of that building would answer a lot of our questions, at least set it back so we don't have to see it every day. And I think that would change a lot for the residents that live next to it, that we don't have to see it smacked in our face every day. So again, building I would just change a lot of things if that building was gone. So that's just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Suzanne Koblentz, 1105 Park Ridge Drive. I want to begin by thanking you. You've addressed the majority of our concerns, and we appreciate it. I want to thank you. I do just want to say, is there any way to make sure that the access gate, that the designation of use can never be altered at any point in time down the road? After the site is fully developed, for example, since we know it's going to be a gradual build, at any point in time, is that going to shift and become a commercial use?
What I would suggest and can add, although there is a note in the plan itself on a plan sheet saying about emergency, it's easy enough to add a note under site development that would state the gate at Park Ridge, something like gate at Park Ridge Drive shall remain.
I think
Emergency
that would go a long way to the residents who live on
only
that side.
type of access.
To ensure, and a good faith statement that, we all agree to be good neighbors. And then the only other, this is more for the council, respectfully. As Brian just pointed out, there's not a lot of examples of this mixed use, and we acknowledged at the last meeting that maybe there were some errors back in the 90s with the zoning of that property, and now there's this large residential neighborhood sitting right there. And it's tough for the people who own those homes to anticipate what the impact to the property values are going to be. And I think just in respect to planning, that should be a consideration, because we don't know, and nobody's been able to address that particular query. And that's the 3rd time we've brought it up about what the potential impact could be to the property values for the homes, because this is right when you drive in. You can't miss it. I love the trees though, so please don't move those. But, it's probably going to have a less than desirable impact, but we don't know. And so, that's a consideration for us. So that's it. But thank you very much for letting us speak. I know it's been a long night.
Thank you for staying. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. I'm Laura Moore, and I live in Twin Ridge Development. I agree. I love what you all have done for these answers to a lot of the questions that we've had. One about the building I, one thing that we watch, my kids, we've been there in Twin Ridge for 20 years now. We watched the deer through our development. And that lot is where all the deer hang out. I mean, probably tonight we'll drive by through down that road, down Rising, or not Rising Ridge, on Park Ridge. And there's always like at least 7 or 8 deer on that field there. Getting rid of building I, would again let them have some of that land still. for the deer, because it is that, that's their home, and it's part of the nature of our development too. And I think that's been something that makes it very family-friendly, because we have all that nature around us, and it's not gonna feel that way with the building there. Couple of questions. One, is the access 24/7 for customers that want to go into the buildings?
No, and I think I had last time, there's a certain time of night where the codes don't work, whether it's 10 o'clock at night, I can't remember. I don't want to paraphrase what I said, but I know that there is a time.
10 sounds familiar.
Big 10 to
10 sounds
10:30 is what
right.
you said.
That at night, the code shut off. Their staff till 5, I believe.
Okay,
But
so
if you
then
have a
that-
code, you can get in, but at 10 p.m., it's locked.
And nobody can walk in? Can anybody walk in there without the code?
Not without the code.
Okay, because another thing, even though we were a great area and stuff like that, we have had some security issues. So that also kind of brings another target for some teenagers for destruction and so forth. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that too, and just kind of see if that's something, if you all are planning to put up security cameras around or something. My last question though is regarding the shared driveway. The developer that owns the building next to it, is it the same, not the same, is it? Okay.
It is not.
Okay, that company we've had a lot of issues with. They have told us for many years they were going to put in these trees and they never did, or they put in like a couple just to kind of try to appease everybody. Are they obviously in agreement with the shared driveway and sharing it with your?
Well, actually, 50% of the driveway is on our property.
Okay.
And that's one of the items that town had asked about an easement, but quite frankly, we don't need an easement now because 50% is on our property and it's restricted to emergency vehicles. Emergency vehicles have the right to go in driveways, streets, anywhere without anybody granting them access. So by us restricting no access from use, it won't be used unless there's an emergency.
Have you had contact with that business? Because they do park along that driveway that you're talking about. I see cars all the time lined up.
I have
on both
not.
sides of that driveway.
I have not.
You have not had contact with
Yeah,
them?
I have not.
Wow, that surprises me, being a shared driveway that,
They'll come to understand pretty quickly that it's
just a concern, that's all I'm just stating.
50%'s on ours.
Because we do see them parked along that road all the time, or that driveway all the time, so. But thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Nicholas Titizio, 1206 Park Ridge Drive. I'm actually the first house when you come into Park Ridge on the left. As far as the trees, since, hey, I don't want CubeSmart in my development, much like every other resident of Twin Ridge. But if it's going to happen, some more things that you guys can do so that we don't see it coming into Park Ridge are lining the trees between Building I. I mean, taking Building I out completely would be great, but it's probably going to come. So if you guys actually lined evergreens and they grow really tall like the ones that are already there, and then we don't even see it when we drive in because we got these tall evergreens between, you know what I'm saying? Because I didn't see that on the plan that you actually have evergreens in between I and the sidewalk. Is there plans for that? Okay.
Yeah, you came later and yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And on the plan sheet, there are 13
In between I and the sidewalk?
between I and the existing street trees. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Well, the street trees remain, and then these are right next to the building itself.
Tom, take a look at that.
Another suggestion, going back to the color and not being uniform with the other CubeSmarts, if you could match the Twin Ridge Plaza that's already existing, those color schemes would also help blend in the rest of the park that's already part of Twin Ridge.
Yeah, you mean not having all that red? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's gray and dark gray,
Right.
that doesn't match at all. It's just an eyesore,
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
Match with the plaza that's already here. I don't think you took any pictures, but you can see it from 144. If you match that same kind of gating, same kind of brick, that'll help blend in. And then something else to help the residents, because this is going to happen, is if you guys would, you know, give a little, right? And give a little, I mean, put lighting down there. It's a dark zone down there. People can get mugged. If you guys actually put lighting, you know, along there, just street lamps that don't exist now, and help out the residents, say, hey, I know we're putting in this eyesore, I want to make money, but if I put these in, would that help ease your pain a little bit? Sure, because people walk their dogs at night, so they feel safer than, you know, a suggestion. You don't have to do it, but just a suggestion. And the last thing that I wanted to say is for the owner, since he's here. That's why I came, because you were here. As somebody that does live on the other side of property owned by you, I called your company about 5 years ago, and I was trying to purchase the property that sat behind me. And not because I wanted development, not because I wanted to make any money, but because I wanted to give it back to our community. I wanted it to be a free space that nothing would ever be built there. So this is what I'm going to put a challenge to you, because you're already taking up some property that you already own. You can do whatever you want with it. But I'm going to challenge you to make the space across the street that's also owned by you and keep it part of the community. Keep it open and don't put anything there. Don't develop it. That's my challenge to you. Or let us buy it, sure. That would work too. Thank you.
So just to clarify, sorry.
All right, Carl, you have 2 minutes.
I'll be quick, for the gentleman that just spoke, when you're saying the color, you're talking about the brown brick color of the existing buildings and stuff again?
To match CubeSmart's color scheme to the Twin Ridge Industrial Park that already exists.
Yeah, the brown.
Yeah, it's brown.
The brownish brick and things, the reddish brown.
I think,
Anybody have any other thing?
just the last couple.
Go ahead, Steve.
Definitely made improvements. We definitely have been listening. But there's still, I think, 3 concerns, and I did listen to him about the streetlights. I think he's referencing between the railroad tracks and the driveway. Like, if you just put 1 or 2, I think that would be effective. But the color scheme, I think CubeSmart's definitely red and white, correct? Their actual color scheme?
They definitely need the red.
They need some, yeah. I think if you can maximize that in the front, and then maybe the buildings that go through the property, if you could tone that down.
I mean, I think we're willing to as the gentleman just suggested, take the back facade and definitely match it. The Twin Ridge Professional Park is our
Okay.
project as well. So I think we can match the color scheme.
And then I'm still kind of concerned about the second floor lighting with the opening, on how bright that's going to be. If there's any way we can dim it a little bit more than what the standard is.
Yeah, I've driven by the Frederick one too. It's not that bright.
Dims at night.
It dims a lot at night.
Maybe somebody's always in there when I go by. And the last
By
thing,
11 o'clock at night, it's not bright.
the last thing, it's been brought up multiple times, could we push back I further? Because it will leave more of space, the other building is further back, it would leave more room and open space.
We need the drive aisles to get to access the other buildings, unfortunately. That's why we spent the time and the effort to really.
Yeah, give him your mic.
Yeah, that's why we spent the time, the effort to really, again, try to, we heard the concerns that the residents had along Park Ridge, and that's why we're putting in the 13 trees, and we'll do the extra, the leg now in matching the brick color to try to hide that as well. But
If I, instead of a full building, just gets pushed back to the front of I and just becomes that wall, and that leaves you the drive aisle though, and that becomes your fence and wall, that would give, what, an extra 10 feet? For the residents?
I think the economics that they've gone through on the site with the increase in building costs, they need building I.
And we also did cut off part of our building, so it's not like we didn't take a little bit of a hit to try to preserve those trees along the entrance as well already. So, building I is there. It's unfortunately a necessity for what we need to get the right density of units onto the site. But that's why we tried to put in the effort to really go ahead and hide that part of the building along the street as much as possible. And I think we've done a good job of doing that.
And just last thing between those 2 sets of trees, how far does that dip down? Is that what I'm understanding? Is that it's the slope of it? I'm just wondering if it's too deep, if, somebody could fall in there, especially if it's really dark back there, or a kid or something else.
Good.
That's unusual for me.
We could also.
Feet down?
The elevation coming down.
So it's like a ditch then?
No, we don't, there's no ditch there. It sits up and it comes down to the grade.
So right behind the front trees on the road is flat, and then it goes up?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Yes, I hate ditches, no ditches.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
No ditches.
And just
Go ahead.
for clarity, with regard to the last gentleman's comments with regard to adding lighting, it looks like in your photometric plan, you've actually tried to avoid lighting on I in consideration of the neighborhood. That's my thinking, right? You didn't want to intrude with any kind of glare into Park Ridge, but there's a.
This is the first time that the issue, I think, of the light.
Correct. Correct. And all I'm trying to do is just resolve whether, I've heard light poles in that section to try to.
I'd like to propose a motion for you here, if I may, that it be approved subject to, you had a comment in there, that all town and county reviewing agencies have been addressed and have been granted final approval of the proposed site plan. All of the remaining 5 have already been satisfied. The second one would be that the color of the stone on building I be changed to match the buildings, lot 3 and 4 there, which is Twin Ridge as you come up, Park Ridge, right, Park Ridge, yeah. Yeah, on Drive. Or Rising Ridge, yes. And that we'll add 2 streetlights, I think with that spacing.
I'm just trying to see if that's addressing the public issue.
I think somebody asked about,
That,
can we add?
and those would be between the existing sidewalk and the curb, is that?
Those would be town lights. That would be typical of any subdivision where we have to install them. The town takes over maintenance and the utility cost of them.
And add a note with regard to.
Oh, yes, thank you. And add a note
Permanent,
The gate access.
yes,
in
permanent.
on the title sheet
perpetuity.
that the emergency is a permanent.
Good.
Okay. So although Ron did it, we have a motion to approve the final plan for the Twin Arch Professional Park, Section 2, Lot 7A, with the conditions that all town and county conditions have been met, that the emergency exit will remain an exit, and that's on Park Ridge Drive. It will remain an emergency exit, that we add 2 more lights, and the brick on I be changed, and I can't remember the colors.
I think it's to match the Twin Ridge
To match Twin Ridge, Lot 3 and 4.
colors. I think that's their standard colors out there.
Yes, ma'am? Okay. That's why I said all town and county conditions have to be met. They haven't been met yet. Yeah. All right. Is there a second to that?
Do you have something to add?
Just did you make sure you got all captured all the staff recommendations?
I don't have that.
Madam Chair, could just one suggestion, change to the motion that this, you said additional 2 lights. Can we make sure they're street lights to match current town code type lighting? Not saying they'll do anything like just put up two light bulbs or anything else, but sometimes it's
Okay.
just better.
So amend it to say,
I'll amend it to say that the lights are street lights approved by the town. And I think we've got everything else. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the final plan for the Cube Smart Twin Ridge Professional Park, Section 2, Lot 7A. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? 1 nay. Okay.
Well, thank you all for staying late.
Well, thank you for staying. I appreciate it. So the next thing on our agenda is reports and other business. Read it. I'm not going to go through it. Yes, sir.
I just have one comment. Knowing what's coming up for site plans, back to the commission. You have a town planner who's going to be out the second half of March there. I keep kidding him, he's going to have ride share in. Losing the April Planning Commission meeting, I'm hoping you reschedule that to a week earlier, because there are several site plans that, otherwise you take a 3-month.
Yeah, we'll get back on that. Just a reminder that we have our work session March the 9th at 6 o'clock, and our Planning Commission meeting date is March the 27th. I've adjourned the meeting. We don't have to vote on it. I survived.